April 5th, 2016, and it's our regular and first of the month commission meeting. Let the record show that all three commissioners are present, and we will start with our public comment. And I should point out that we have two speakers signed up for public comment. They're speaking to an item on the consent agenda, so with the approval of these other two gentlemen here, I'd like to pull item C off our consent agenda so we may address in a conversation whatever is presented by or discussed by these two folks. So our consent agenda would be A, B, D, E, and F. And then C we'll have a discussion about. But before we do that, let's go ahead and start with Jonathan Brown to the podium.
Thank you very much to the Port of Bellingham Commissioners, President Michael McCauley, Vice President Bobby Briscoe, Secretary Dan Robbins, and all the employees of the Port. Honorable Commissioners, my name is Jonathan Brown. I am the Director of our security firm. I would like to keep this time short. I know your time is valuable and you have a lot on the agenda today. How we found out about the Port of Bellingham was from guards currently working with the security firm that you currently have at the facility. One of the things that we learned is that a lot of them were not happy, and we found an opportunity that we wanted to present a chance to put in a bid. As you see in number 2 there, we talk about our company not only being able to match but exceed what you currently have, because we feel that we have a history since 2007 of delivering the customers' needs that they have asked from us, and we have delivered those every time, on time. And that's an important fact, but one of the most important features is that in delivering those, that the employees are also treated properly so that they feel like they're part of the team and not just a number. Under there, we talk about A, smooth transitions. We've taken over many facilities throughout the state of Washington, Canada, and England. Our transition periods are smooth, quick, and easy. It's something that we've really done a lot of research on, and we've developed a really good business model to take over a transition so that there's not a lot of gaps. B, when we talk about asking for current guards, a lot of the current guards have actually asked us privately, if you guys were to be allowed to bid and you actually got the contract, could we come to work for you? Because we've heard about your company and we've heard about your employees and how they love working for you. And we said, of course. We would also take into consideration what the port commissioners and the employees of the port would like to see, because we do know there are employees that the port sees that are amazing, and there's also others that they might not like to see stay on. So we would take that into consideration. We don't have problems with our guards showing up for work. That's one thing our company has done a really good job of. We don't have gaps. There are no days when our guards don't show up because we have a fail safety program put in place. Communication, number 1, is the key. And that is probably the biggest obstacle in the security industry, is security companies communicating with their guards on the schedules, and there's where a lot of the problems occur. Also, when you have maybe a part-time employee who's only working a few hours, and he goes, you know, this isn't really worth my time. I'm busy today. I don't want to go to work. Again, those are obstacles that we know happen in advance, so we prepare and plan for those, so that you will not have a shift with a guard not on hand. Our guards are here to protect and not watch iPads, listen to music. They're here to take care of the port, protect the people, protect the product, and protect the facilities. When we talk about the communication between the port and our company is very critical. When we work with companies, we ask for either a quarterly or a monthly meeting, and we ask for feedback. We want to know, where do you see the gaps? Do you see a problem? So that we might adjust it. We don't want to wait 6 months, a year down the road and hear, yeah, we've had this problem with this one guard, or we've had a problem with this situation. So we're very proactive instead of waiting to be told about something. We do drop in weekly searches on our guards where they do not know we're coming. And on a weekly basis, those guards find out that we're coming and they don't know when we're coming. So that's one of the most important features. I would like to last end with talking about the women and men uniforms. That's an issue in our industry. It is a man's industry, unfortunately, and women are taught to just wear the same uniform as a man, the same gear as a man, and that is not fair. Our company does not do that. We tailor our uniforms to the men and the women so that our guards look professional, feel good about what they're wearing, and they don't feel like they're just throwing something on that does not fit them. I thank you for your time. I thank you for allowing us. Our employees live in your community. Our employees want to work in your community, and our employees are here to protect this community. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'd be more than glad to answer them.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Next is Manjinder. All right. How do you pronounce your last name?
Deal.
Diol. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, this is the first for me, so I'm a bit nervous. My name is Manjinder Deal, and I own the Transworld Security Company. And basically, I'm here today just to ask the commissioner panel to consider an opening up the bidding process to allow us and other competitors to bid. After working years in a security business and building an international company with offices in US, England, and Canada, I believe we have built an amazing company of the people and for the people. And that includes minorities, men, women, disabled persons, and veterans. This is why I'm asking you, honorable commissioners, to please allow us a chance to submit a bid and that we can continue to get the piece of American dream and in the process to deliver to you the services you want and that you deserve. Thank you so very much for your valuable time and consideration, and basically that's about it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manjinder. I do have a couple of questions, but we'll pull this item out of our consent agenda, and we'll have a discussion about it here in just a moment. Is there any other public comment? Anybody who hasn't signed up that wants to say anything at all? All right. Let's move on to our consent agenda. And Diane?
A motion to approve consent agenda items A and B, D, E, and F.
All right, so gentlemen, I did ask that we pull C out for a little bit of discussion. Is there any discussion on that or items A, B, D, E, and F?
I have a question on B. We only had one bidder on our supplies for our paper stock. And if I remember correctly, there just weren't any other folks. It's kind of a specialized item that not other people bid on. Maybe a comment on that, Sunil?
Well, there are about three suppliers, Commissioner Sunil Harman, Director of Aviation. There are about three suppliers nationwide that specialize in paper stock for equipment that is used to process passengers. And our process to go out and request quotes, we only received the quote from the one company, which has been pretty much the standard. It has nothing to do with the way the purchase was developed. It's just simply a virtue of proximity to our facility, and they've been supplying our equipment paper for about 3 years now.
Okay. Only question I had.
Bobby? Nothing? All right. Hearing no more discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. And the agenda does show an action item next, but I do want to have a quick discussion about item C from the consent agenda. And Diane, could you read the motion on that, please?
A motion authorizing the Executive Director to execute Amendment Number 3 to the Personal Services Agreement with Puget Sound Executive Services, or PSES, for law enforcement and officer services at the Bellingham International Airport, to extend and fund the contract on a month-to-month basis through June 30th, 2016, for an amount not to exceed $58,000.
All right, thanks for sticking around, Sunil. So we did have a couple of folks here from, it's Transworld Security Services, and I assume you're speaking to the contract that we'll have to be reviewing here very soon. Is that right? So, Sunil, could you describe what we're doing with this particular motion by extending the contract?
This is an existing contract that's been in place and renewed through Amendment 2. The contract expires April 30th. We're just asking for a 2-month extension of the existing contract to be able to properly vet the proposals that come in with the RFQ that's out, that's been advertised.
Okay, and the folks from Transworld have responded to the RFQ?
I have not heard of them. I have not met with anybody. It's advertised. It goes through our purchasing department, our contracts department, and I get a short list that we then evaluate.
Is the period for the RFQ still open and available to this company?
I believe it's still open unless, it's our purchasing. We've gone through a transition in our contracts department. I can't tell you for certain when it closes, but it's typically a 30-day process.
Okay, so I guess
It may have just closed.
Sure, Bobby.
It just closed?
I said it may have just closed. I'll have to find out.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. You folks, are you aware of the closing date to be able to enter your bid for working for the port?
Unfortunately, I spent the last week making phone calls here, trying to get information from people and getting bounced around, so I've had no answers from anybody on when the actual closing date was. So they said, when you come to the meeting, they'll inform you.
Okay.
Can you tell me who you talked to?
I can actually tell you the front desk lady, and I have a list of the other 2 people that I can get you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So if we can just make sure we share with those folks so that we've been as available as possible on this process so that these folks also, you have to know these things, right? So we just make sure that they have the information needed.
I have their business card, and I will make sure that we get them a copy of the RFP if it's still open, and if not, we give them the information as to how they can get this in the future.
Okay. All right. Is that what you folks were needing, just some more information?
More information, and of course, our primary was to get a chance to bid.
Okay.
And that was the big concern.
Okay.
We are from Mount Vernon's, where our headquarters is.
Sure.
We have employees here, and we've been trying to find out how to get into the port. We came down and visited, walked around. Our guards know a few of the guards here, so that's when they said the next meeting coming up is the one that they're going to be actually talking about accepting bids. That's how we got our information.
Okay.
So we made a few phone calls last week. Unfortunately, we didn't get anywhere, so we came today to find out. Hopefully, we can get a chance to submit a bid.
Okay, all right.
Your brochure says that you work in Whatcom County now. Where are you working in Whatcom County?
Whatcom County, the account we had there closed up about 6 months ago. And that account was actually a manufacturing of an ice cream company, and they're no longer around. So,
Thank you.
All right, so Rob, I think you'll be able to connect with them and make sure that everything is available to them as possible. Super,
I
thanks.
have a question.
Yeah.
How do we advertise we're open for bids to folks like these? I mean, where do we put?
I'm going to ask Adam Fulton to address that question, who leads our purchasing department.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Fulton, Director of Facilities. We do 2 things. One, we advertise in the Bellingham Herald. Whenever we do an RFPS, we advertise it twice, a Sunday and a Wednesday. And then the second thing is we put it in the WCR, which is myplancenter.com. All of our projects go there. All of our RFPSs go there. And it's what we've been doing for decades, frankly.
Describe the WCR, please.
Yeah, that's the Weekly Construction Reporter. It's what we use for any of our CIP work or consulting work.
Is that just Whatcom County only, or where does that go to?
Well, it's an internet presence, a weekly construction report. It is used very heavily locally. However, what happens is there are other agencies, similar plan centers in the surrounding region, Seattle area north, essentially, that pick up that same. They affiliate with each other and they pick it up and advertise it. I'm baffled as to the gentleman's inquiry, and I certainly want to find. This is the first I'm learning of it. I would definitely want to find out if where he did not get handled well or treated well, because I'm not aware of it, frankly.
Is there a way we can put that on our website so they can actually just go to the Port of Bellingham website and see what we're putting?
It was advertised. It's always advertised on our website,
Okay.
on the
All right.
port's website.
So the port, I'm looking at that right now. So the port's website, at the top, there are some drop-down menus. The last one is I want to, and then it says there's an opportunity to click on different things. One of them is participate, and the first one is bids and contracts. So that's definitely something that folks would.
Commissioners, I've just been informed by Neil that the bidding closed today at 3.
Okay. Okay. Timing. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think we've discussed this, but if we can make sure you still follow up with these folks so that they can be, included in the process as we move forward. Sure.
We try to do our best to get this word out there. We are always open to suggestions about how we can better do that, or what better publications, or where better we can advertise these types of things. Because obviously it's to our advantage to have as many bidders as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there any way we can make sure these people are included? I mean, they were already on their way here by 3.
Yeah, I don't know legally what the precedent is for that. We've told all the other bidders it closes today at 3. When you start making exceptions, then you get into lawsuits because you don't concur to the bid.
Commissioners, I assume, were the bids open?
Believe they have been. Bids have been open. Do we know? We may not know.
No, the front desk has told me, I'm Neil Clement, I'm the port security officer, and the front desk has told me they, in consultation with our contracts administrator, that the bids, or the proposal, the date to receive the proposal was today at 3.
So, Commissioners, if you wanted to, you'd have to reject all those bids, do a new bid process 30 days later. That'd be your only option. And not open them, just send them back and say 30 more days or however much you deem it, and then you have an operational issue from that too.
This extension gives us just enough time to evaluate the bids and to come back with a recommendation. There's something unique about this contract, though. They have to hire law enforcement officers because they have to have arrest authority at the checkpoint. So we either have Whatcom County Sheriff officers that work, or we have the Highway Patrol officers that work that post.
All right. Anything further on that one?
Have nothing.
All right. So we'll make sure that we get you folks connected with the port staff. So if these things open up in the future, then you'll definitely have an opportunity to bid on them in the future.
And we have other security needs besides just our airport as well that are more general security, and we'll make sure that we have your information and can include you in any bidding for that.
Mr. Brown, did you go through the website and apply at all, or try that?
When I was here in person, the gentleman at the front desk actually turned the website around, and when he went through it, he didn't find anything saying that there were bids open. He said there was a continuation, and then that's when he said you'd have to go and ask to get a bid opened. So that's where the confusion came in, that there was no bids actually open that we could bid on, but that it was a continuation of a contract, in which case we couldn't bid because it was just a continuation. So they said you'd have to show up and ask to get a chance to bid. So that's where I think the confusion came in.
Good. All right. Since we did pull this off the consent agenda and made it an action item, we do need to take a vote on it. So moving forward with this as presented, so all in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Thank you very much for that. And let's move on to our regular agenda, action item number 1. Diane?
Authorize the executive director to execute a professional services agreement with P&D Engineers to provide 30% design level drawings and apply for all permits for the BST or Bellingham Shipping Terminal Marine Rail Span Repurposing Project in the amount of $129,723, plus a 10% contingency for a total authorized contract amount of $143,000.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Gibson. I'm a project engineer with the Port of Bellingham. This project is going to be a repurposing of an existing structure that we have that's not been used recently. It was originally built in the 60s. This is the Bellingham Shipping Terminal marine rail span. It was used to load railed cars onto barges, but there's not much market for that at this time, and the facility has fallen into disrepair. The proposed project, let me just get my annotator up here.
Annotator.
Thanks for your patience as I get this figured out. What we will be doing is removing this section of the chemical pier as well as these portions of the catwalk. So basically opening everything up through this plane. Then we would be coming into this structure through here. We would be removing the rotten decking and replacing about 8 pilings that have rotted. The steel transfer span that is in this section would be moved to the shore where we would sandblast it and paint it. And we would also be doing some structural upgrades to it, reinforcing certain components to handle a heavier load. The other improvements would include constructing a new foundation underneath the load-bearing beam through this area. The existing lifting towers that are in this section here would be demolished, and what that would allow is for the barges that we're going to bring in to be oriented lengthwise or to stern in. What we're going to be doing with this consultant is asking them to prepare the 30% design and have the permits submitted as well as a cost estimate. And what we want to do is return to the Commission at that point to present our findings and get direction from that point on to find out if it's within our budget and if it's going to meet our purposes. Can I answer any questions for the Commissioners?
You ready?
Go ahead.
All right. Oh, I should say, so if you folks wanted, you don't have to stick around for all this. It could be quite boring. But yeah, a lot of people feel obligated to stay. If you want to grab some port staff while you're here, since you made the trip, then the folks are definitely available. But we're gonna move on to this one. So thanks for coming up, though. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Bobby.
You talked about side loading the barges and aft loading the barges. What are you going to do for dolphins for aft loading the barge? Where are you going to put the? We're going to have to put dolphins here somewhere, I'm assuming, to hold that barge when it's aft.
You're correct, and I should have mentioned that in my summary here. We're going to install at least 3 mooring dolphins and possibly a 4th. And let me just pinpoint where those would be for you. The initial proposal, the initial design that KPFF prepared for us, placed them here, 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 and a possible 4th in this location. And we would also have upland bollards in these spots, 3 more. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
To some degree, yes, for the side load, but not for the aft load. The dolphins that are on the I see them alongside the existing chemical dock. I believe looks like 2, maybe 3 dolphins to the northwest of them there. Yeah.
Those 3? Yeah.
I haven't been down there to look, but those are big dolphins, right? So we're not going to put anything that direction for aft loading those barges when we have predominantly southerly weather, pretty good winds at times.
Well, we could certainly look into that. The consultant's proposal includes doing an analysis of the water conditions and those stormy conditions. I would like to point out that we're going to be loading some very heavy modules,
right,
and it's going to be only done under good weather conditions. So if we checked the weather forecast and it looked like there were going to be some of those prevailing winds, the loading would be put on hold.
Okay, but how long are these barges going to be?
They're going to be about 400 feet long.
So you're going to have 400 feet of barge sticking out from that dock with nothing holding the front on either side.
Well, we can.
The way things are drawn here.
Yeah.
Unless they're assuming they're going to go to the far dolphin on one side or the other to hold the front of that barge?
I don't think that's out of the question, but I also don't think that we've gotten that far into the design yet. And these are exactly the kinds of questions that we would want to make sure to ask the consultant so that all the scenarios are fleshed out.
Because that's going to bring the price of things up a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
You're right.
I just want to point out to the commission, this is for a professional services agreement to get to 30% design. So I think a lot of this stuff will be fleshed out when we get to that 30%.
I just like to flesh out early.
Appreciate that.
He's already building it, Dan.
I have no questions. That's all I have.
No, all right. I only have one question, that's about the chemical pier. And I know that in past conversations, we were discussing using that as a public access point, and I still see that we're keeping some of it. And can you describe why we're still keeping some of it, since I think that public access point has been taken off the table?
My understanding is that we're only removing as much as we need to for accommodating these barges.
Okay.
That we wouldn't be removing more right now because of budgetary constrictions, and we would also like to preserve the mitigation option that existing pier provides.
All right.
This is about 3,000 square feet of pier of overwater coverage, but any place that we can use that as leverage in future projects is valuable to us.
All right. So we've got the crew there pulling most of this out. I wonder if we should just pull it all out, and I think that's a conversation we should probably have in the future as we go through. That wouldn't change the design at all, I don't think.
I think
it would just be more.
The purpose of keeping some of it is to retain that overwater coverage. We're going to forfeit a lot of that, but that doesn't mean we don't have a lot of. It doesn't mean we're going to use it, and we have a lot of other coverage we're going to be getting in the next few years. So maybe it's not relevant.
Is it possible to bank that with the agency?
Not for very long, no. Only a matter of. Yeah, that's right. That's right. But these are good questions, and these are questions we should be having over the next couple of months as we get into the design of this.
That's the kind of thing that'd be worth having a really hard discussion with Olympia on, where you come to them and say, look, if we save this because the current policy says we're only going to hold this in your bank for whatever number of months or years, but we're going to spend more money coming back to take it out later because we just don't really see a point in doing it. It might be worth saying, hey, can't you just give us a long-term thing on this? Because we're going to do it. We just don't have a lot of money right now.
We agree.
What is our lose it point now from the time we take it out? Is it immediate or?
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. And the questions are right on the money. We've done it in the past where they've given us a 5-year window where we've taken a pier out and then they've let us photo document it and that whole thing. So the coverage credit that Mr. Gibson, Mr. Fix are referring to, it stays alive for 5 years. As of late, they've shrunk that back to 2 years. I think they've been kind of burned on or something elsewhere, not by us. And so now it's pretty much a 2-year thing that says you need to use those mitigation credits within a 2-year window. I agree that it's a legislative issue that would make much more sense to do what you're saying. So.
All right, well, that's all I would have.
Question, didn't we have some drawings that the sailing center was going to use that particular area?
Sylvia in here, they've changed their thinking on that, correct, Sylvia? They no longer want to use that. They've got a separate launching system that they want to implement.
Yes, they're going to try to stay closer to the nook, the pocket beach there at Cornwall, and not go so far out. We didn't really want the kids in the recreational boats that far out into the shipping terminal, and we encouraged them to move a little closer to the shoreline.
Thank you.
One more question for Mr. Gibson. Was this your first time presenting to the commission?
Yes, sir.
It is.
We usually require a song for first-timers.
Great job. You know, that's a good point. I completely forgot. I'm so
Obliged.
sorry.
I have a little teacup.
You did prepare something, right? I'm totally kidding. No. Rob, this is a roast? This became a roast. Anything further? Nope.
Not on this, but
All right. Thank you, sir. You've done admirably.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Thank you for that. Okay, and moving on to item number 2, and this is regarding the boathouse fire.
A motion to authorize the executive director to execute all settlement documents to conclude the legal actions arising from the boathouse fire of March 30th, 2012.
Commissioners, Frank Schmelik, the Port's General Counsel. By way of background, on March 30th, 2012, there was a fire in the G East Boathouse that was a privately owned structure moored in Squalicum Harbor. There was 12 yachts in the structure at the time the fire erupted. Inside the structure, one boat had 2 people asleep in it, and both those people tragically perished. What resulted was a large amount of litigation, both in state and federal court, involving a variety of parties, all the boathouse owners. At the time of this fire, the port was undergoing a construction project called the Gate 3 Floats F&G Replacement and Outer Harbor Maintenance Dredging Project. There were allegations against the port, against our port's contractor, against the electrical subcontractor, against all the boat owners, and multiple claims in admiralty and state law. Mr. Fix and I participated in a mediation on March the 4th of 2016 with our insurance carriers. All of the port's losses were covered by insurance. All of the port's liabilities covered by insurance. The mediation extended till midnight, a little after midnight on that evening, and the parties reached the bones of a settlement, which would provide that the boathouse owners would contribute collectively their insurance companies $1.3 million. The port's insurance company would contribute $2 million. The general contractor would contribute $2 million. And the electrical subcontractors, insurance companies, all insurance money, $2 million, for a total of $7.3 million to the estates. The settlement documents are very complex. I would say, to borrow a phrase from Mr. Fulton, they're at the 95% completion level. There's still some discussion about finer points of that, including what rights and benefits accrue to the various insurance companies is the main issue. And so this matter was scheduled for trial in federal district court starting on May 16th. And this motion seeks to authorize your executive director to complete those final negotiations, whatever, the wording of these documents, and to then execute all the documents on behalf of the Port of Bellingham to conclude the legal actions arising from this boathouse fire. There's going to be about 25 different parties that have to sign these agreements, all these insurance companies, all the boathouse owners, the estates, the port, the electrical contractor, and the general contractor. So we do know that the fire erupted inside the boathouse. There were some allegations that potentially some of the work done by our general contractor caused or contributed to that. And so there was other allegations, but it has all been resolved. And we do know the fire probably did not erupt on the boat of the people who perished. So it was someplace in that privately owned boathouse, but we don't know exactly where because the whole boathouse burned. All the yachts sank and the boathouse sank. So it's been a challenge. Your port staff has cooperated. There's been, to give you a concept of this, not just port staff, but overall, there's been about 90 depositions in this case. There's been about someplace around 500,000 pages of documents combed through by all the various parties. It's just been a huge thing. We were represented very ably by counsel in Seattle, appointed by the insurance company. Our insurance company has fully cooperated. We fully cooperated. The port has. And like many of these things, this is a settlement that was reached at a mediation. I don't know if Mr. Fix has anything else to add to it, but that was about it.
Is that it from you, Frank?
That is it for me, sir.
All right. Any questions from you two gentlemen? No. Probably not a lot to ask, that there's, this seems like it's nearing the end of a tragic story, which is,
it is
sort of nice, although the tragedy doesn't go away.
No.
I do have a question for you. So in executing the agreement, the port is, we're going to authorize the ED to execute an agreement with Star. Is that correct?
One of our carriers is Star Marine Indemnity Company. We have about 3 or 4 carriers involved in this.
Okay, so would we be executing these agreements with all of those carriers?
There's 3 separate agreements. Parts of them are with all of our carriers. Parts of them are with all the carriers for our construction company and our electrical subcontractor. Part of the settlement, another document is between us and the boat owners and all their insurance companies. Another document's between the boat owners and the general contractor and the electrical subcontractor and all their insurance companies. So there's actually 3 settlement agreements that we are executing. All of this stuff is strictly limited to this event, and we'll conclude really the port's involvement. That's ongoing, other than issues that don't really concern us in a sense. So.
Okay. All right. And when will this all be wrapped up? The agreements?
The federal judge, Judge Zilli, who's responsible for this case, the parties met with Judge Zilli by telephone yesterday, and he's agreed that we could take up to 60 days to conclude all these documents. And like I say, they're fairly complex. There's 3 separate interrelated documents. Mr. Fix has been involved the whole way through. And we've had, of course, discussions internally about what all these things mean. I'll ask the commission not to speak of, but recall, kind of we talked about this at various times under pending litigation executive session. So this wraps up that whole, I think there's 14 or 15 separate lawsuits. There's also a state court lawsuit. Sure. It was just a large amount of litigation.
All right.
I think it's really important to remember and to point out that all of this is covered by insurance with the exception of one boat owner that didn't have insurance. All the costs here are covered through insurance companies. And there was no fault of anybody. They could not prove where the fire started. And so they did not.
We do know it started inside the boathouse.
But there's no one assigned any blame.
No, everybody is settling. And I might add, if the commission recalls, the port has previously settled all its property damage claims that it had in regard to this lawsuit with the boat owners. That occurred last year, and so the port has not, there's been, maybe with some very limited exceptions, any out-of-pocket expense by the port.
So to that point, when you say property damage with the boat owners, that would be because the boathouse was a privately owned structure that damaged the port, the public's property adjacent to it.
When the boathouse burned, 2 things happened with regard to port property. One is the float system around the fire, including the electrical system and the plumbing and all that, was damaged. The second thing that happened was the port, as the owner of the property, incurred environmental response costs. So we had to physically remove all of the structures very carefully so that they could be later examined from the water. The police department took took control of the scene, and then we hired the contractors that did that work. And then there was Coast Guard response costs, Department of Ecology response costs, all to check on all of this because there was fuel in the water. So that was all expenses of the port that were fully reimbursed either by our property casualty carrier or by the boat owners contributing to that through their insurance through the fund. To your point, Commissioner, we don't know how the boat owners put together their money. Mm-hmm. So we were not privy to that discussion. We know it's $1.3 million. We just don't know how that happened. So there was one boat owner who was, he actually owned the slip, but he didn't have a boat. And we don't know how much, if any, he contributed to that pile. But they all the other ones had insurance, of course.
Okay. All right. And then maybe only one final thing for me. We have been hanging on to all of the debris from the fire over on Cornwall property.
Yes, sir.
We still have that, I believe. All right.
That debris was very carefully, initially by the police department and then by all of the experts hired. Everybody hired multiple experts, so you can imagine all the experts. That has been carefully preserved and looked over numerous times, and with the conclusion of this case, I suppose that's true. It will be at our expense that we dispose of that stuff.
Okay.
And I don't know how much that would cost.
Well, I think it shows the good faith that the port to be as open and honest as possible in the whole process. But at this point, I think we can now look at taking care of that.
Yes, I didn't, and we didn't negotiate in the cost of disposing of that debris, but there will be a cost for that.
Bob has estimated that in the past, haven't you, Bob?
Right, we were,
The mic, please.
Mike.
Phone.
Bob Jenkins, Risk Administrator for the port. We were paid a little bit more, we have about $40,000 left that has not been earmarked yet. So I think we can probably do the disposal for that $40,000. So we're to the good $40,000 right now.
All right, so that will cover the disposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that $40,000 from our insurance company?
Yes.
They received a substantial amount of that was reimbursed from all of the boat owners' insurance companies. So at the end of the day, the Port of Bellingham even got its deductibles back. So at the end of the day, with some very limited exceptions, I would say under $10,000, the port has been completely reimbursed. And by this settlement, the estates accept this as complete settlement of any claims they could have.
And I do note that in your documentation with this, there's a discussion about the cost to the port moving forward, and the I'm sorry.
I think in Mr. Schmelk's memo, he says there's no fiscal impact to the port.
Impact, yes.
We don't believe there's going to be a huge hit on our insurance premiums as well. We think this has been more than reserved for in our insurance. In other words, they thought the claims would come in higher than what they did, so they're reserved for them.
Okay. At some point, we might want to have a discussion about increasing the port's coverage, though, which would have a fiscal impact.
I've started those discussions, so
Okay.
I will be reporting back to the commission on that prior to taking any action, but I believe we're coming up in July for property and casualty, and yeah.
Other ports throughout the state, I can report to you in my role as the Washington Public Ports Association General Counsel. Other ports in the state have been all looking at that issue, and kind of periodically they say, do we all have enough insurance? Mm-hmm. So that's something that other ports throughout the state have been looking at.
All right. Certainly something for us to discuss in the future. And I mean, this conversation is a very, I think, sober and dry conversation and commentary, not to downplay the tragedy that did occur. So I appreciate how your firm has handled it, and looks like it's going to be wrapped up very, very soon. So anything further?
Thank you.
I have one thing.
Yeah.
Just to clarify back to the action, the initial action itself, this is to allow our executive director to handle the paperwork and the paper signing so that it does not have to come before the commission each time something needs to be done, correct?
This will be the last time, well, I hate to say that, unless something comes up new, this will be the last time that you see the lawsuit end of it. I don't know if Mr. Jenkins is going to have to come to you with an action item to say dispose of the remnants of the boathouse fire or something like that, but this will be it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the public and people watching, we kind of went around in a circle, but that's
Yep.
what this does. It allows Mr. Fix to, or Executive Director Fix to take care of all the paperwork so it doesn't have to come before the commission each time something needs to be signed.
It's only going to be signed once, all 3 documents within the next 60 days, and obviously if the settlement went outside of these economic parameters or cost the port money or something, I assume Mr. Fix would say, I'm going back to the commission. But absent that, these economic parameters, this general structure that we have now, this is the last time you'll see this.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Schmelik. This will be the last time you'll see it. If the economics change, if there ends up being more money or something like that, I'll come back to you. What we're trying to do is be able to have minor tweaks to some of the language and the indemnities, et cetera.
You can imagine how hard it is. There's probably, maybe 35 lawyers looking at every word and period, and so herding cats on a document like this comes to mind as everybody wants to make one last comment. So we're trying to get down to where everybody says, okay, we're all satisfied here.
All right. Well, like I said, we do appreciate the effort that your firm's put in on the behalf of the,
Thank you.
of
And
the Port of Bellingham.
Port staff did a great job. I mean, they were very supportive, very cooperative with the carrier. Really, everybody involved in litigation commented how port staff was, very accommodating. So
Sure.
kudos
Well,
to them.
You know, the bigger issue here is that this port represents the every citizen in Whatcom County. So when issues like this come up, it sort of affects all of us, and not just in a financial way, but, are we doing the right thing? Are we working hard? Are we, crossing T's and dotting I's properly? So this is I wouldn't call it a learning experience, but there's certainly some things that could be learned from this. One of them being, do we have enough insurance coverage moving ahead? So in that regard, it's nice to have this moving behind us, finally. But there's not much more to say about that. So, anyway.
Is it true, Mr. Schmelik, half your staffs can be laid off now? I'm kidding.
I'm the first one. No staff's going to be laid off. Really, the laboring oar on this was the Seattle law firm that the insurance company hired to assist us in this case, because it was kind of so large, and they did a great job.
All right.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, staff.
Hearing nothing more on this, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks again. That is all of our 4 o'clock business. A little ahead of the 5 o'clock hour. We will now recess. We did have we handled that.
We handled it.
Okay, so I was going to say we're going to recess to an executive session for a short moment, but we are not going to do that. But we're going to recess for the dinner break, and we will reconvene at 5:30, and we'll start at 5:30 with a public comment. So. See if I can get this computer back on. All right, again, it is Tuesday, April 5th, and we are reconvening at our 5:30 hour. We're going to start with our public comments, and we have 3 people signed up on public comment. If you haven't signed up but you want to say something, just get ready. I will call on you after our third speaker. First is Lang Solberg.
Good afternoon, Port Commissioners and Port staff. My name is Lang Solberg. I'm with LFS, but I'm here today on behalf of the Working Waterfront Coalition of Whatcom County. The Working Waterfront Coalition would like to express to Port Commission and Port staff today that its board of directors and its members, comprised of 100 maritime businesses, maritime-related businesses in Whatcom County, respectfully request that the Port of Bellingham conduct its due diligence in vetting and researching to the fullest extent the potential of having a wood pellet or value-added wood products distribution point at the Bellingham shipping terminal. And I understand, just off to the side, that this is very much in its infancy, but for the record, this is how we feel about this issue. The Working Waterfront Coalition supports existing and the solicitation of future businesses whose activities are related to the water in a dependent or water-related or water-dependent way. A value-added wood products shipping facility is exactly that. While the details are still not clear to us of all that this facility could entail, it seems as though the port and the community which owns the port ought to take a hard look at putting the shipping terminal back to work, used for what it was originally intended for. Jobs, community tax revenue, environmental impact, and the overall vision as to how this may coalesce with county and waterfront development are all things that we need to keep in mind as these types of opportunities arise before us. Between the Whatcom-Skagit County line and the Canadian border, space is sacred, as we all know, for water-related and or water-dependent activities to occur. Most of our county's shoreline is untouched, undeveloped, and to quote a previous speaker's term from the last Port Commission meeting, unknown. The Bellingham shipping terminal, however, is exactly what its name implies. This is a rare opportunity to look earnestly at a potential business opportunity that would further the diversification of the community's economic basket on the waterfront while supporting jobs, the value-added scrap wood industry, and working waterfronts. The Working Waterfront Coalition appreciates your attention to all the details, both advantageous and otherwise, of opening the door to the wood pellet industry or tenant. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Lang. Appreciate it.
Lang.
And next we have Pam Borso.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Borso, and I'm here on behalf of the North Cascades Audubon Society and as a member of a group of interested local environmental groups that want to see the Bellingham waterfront develop so that there are ways that all of Whatcom County can benefit from it. We want to see good-paying jobs for our citizens, perhaps a marine science center, educational facilities, conference facilities, maybe some light manufacturing would be compatible with the public use and access that has been previously suggested. We want to have a waterfront to enjoy and habitat that supports our rich environment of marine and terrestrial animals. My concern is with the proposed pellet plant. I have done some preliminary research and can find only one sawmill in Whatcom County, 3 in Skagit County, and a few in Lower BC. This pellet plant is proposed to use only slash from logging and mills. I'd like to understand how it would be fed without cutting a lot of timber from our local forests. This could be a potential loss of much habitat. And I have read of some devastating effects that these operations have caused on the East Coast. We are very concerned about the shipment of quote-unquote round logs from our port. In Sampson County, North Carolina, the Enviva company with their pellet plants clear-cut old growth forests, causing noise pollution, chemical pollution from processing, and essentially swallowing up all the promised tax revenue and jobs without helping the community build their infrastructure. So I'm here to urge BioFiber and Decorum to hold public hearings as promised so that the public may hear and question plans for their waterfront. Bellingham did have a lengthy public input process with regard to the development of the waterfront, and I don't think it was on people's minds to have a noisy, dusty plant operating downtown with 150 logging trucks a day, by their estimate, running through the downtown of Bellingham. I think we would all welcome a company, and I quote from the article in the paper, a small startup company doing innovative things. However, we have seen the name of SSA Marine behind Decorum Company, and we want to know who all the backers are and what the exact plans might be. So we would love to have a hearing from them where we are willing to listen, and we'd love to be able to ask questions to get some clarity and transparency on this process. And please give us the opportunity to do that. And thank you for allowing this comment.
Sure. Thank you, Pam. And you mentioned BioFiber Energy and Decorum. So just so everybody's clear, BioFiber Energy is working on the pellet proposal, and Decorum is working on whole log export.
Right.
Super. Okay. Mr. Carlberg, Doug Carlberg? I'll just call you Doug. I think even people watching should know Doug by now. You know, it's nice that we get used to seeing you, but we don't kind of groan and roll our eyes.
That's fine. I do myself sometimes, and I apologize about my dress, but I just came from work. So I'm here. I'm going to wear two hats for a minute, but I'll try to keep them separate. I wanted to talk about the Blaine fueling situation. I'm a commercial fisherman, so obviously I wear that hat, and I've taken fuel in Blaine many, many times over decades now. But first of all, in the off-season, I work for a company that has done about fueling docks in probably 8 local marinas. And so the port staff really didn't have any good numbers of what it would take to bring that fueling tank farm and the dock back into operation. So last Wednesday, my boss and I went up and spent about 4 hours on the facility and walked through and got underneath the docks and took a real hard look at it. And I sent that stuff off to Adam. Hopefully you're going to talk about that. Okay. But in a more general fashion, you have some infrastructure there that has life left in it. That's probably the bottom line. The piping that is out the dock so far is probably good for another 30 years. I think it's 4 years old or something like that. Tanks of that nature do have to be tested and make sure they're sound, but petroleum tanks have very, very long lives, primarily because petroleum kind of stops all the rusting from the inside and if they're painted on the outside. But before you get started on that, you will want to make sure that they survey out. But the fencing and the concrete walls around all that infrastructure looks in pretty good shape. It needs a couple new pumps because the pumps that are there kind of disappeared someplace. The wiring's new. It needs to be reconnected, but it's all new, nice wiring. And so, and Adam will present it, I'm sure. It looks like about a $75,000 bill to put fueling back out there, which is a substantial less amount of money than it would cost to put in a new fueling facility. And I think that's probably all that's important about that. But if you got a question or something, I'm happy to ask. I've got photographs, but we did take a real hard look at it. Now, put on the fisherman's hat for 1 second because obviously we'd unload fish there and we'd fuel our boats up and we go tie up and we go home and we come back and we go in and out of Blaine. I was trying to think of another marina that size that does not have fueling. Now, that's not an argument for it, but it's an argument for really asking yourselves why marinas that size have fueling there, because I think sometimes we just assume they're there for a good reason, and if we take a look at why they're there in almost every marina, I think that we may find some reasons to restart that. The other one that was interesting, I went to one of the MAC board meetings, and a man made an eloquent argument about not being the public port not being in competition with private industry. But after I thought about that, what he'd really done is made a very eloquent argument for the port to sell the marina in Blaine. Because, of course, the decision to be in competition against private marinas was made years and years ago, and now you're just an operator of one. And really the question is, what would a good operator do with a piece of property like a fine marina in Blaine. So that's my fisherman side of it. I'm not going to get too far into it, though. And if you got any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them, or you can ask them later. It's fine. I'll stay around a while.
So Doug, you folks just took a look at it, the company you work for, just because you're being generous?
Oh, no, obviously, we pay attention to every single marina. We mobilized this morning. We are going to rebuild the fueling situation in Point Roberts. That's what we do for a business. And it's odd that I'm here, not as a fisherman, but as a potential service contractor. It makes me a little uncomfortable, but I just tell people up front, that's what we've always done. We have for 25 years. So we do it in other places. We do it at Anacortes. Anytime there's a fueling situation on marina, we usually get the first call because we're pretty efficient at working on the water side of things.
Sure. Yeah. So I wanted to point out that because we're personally friends.
Oh, absolutely.
And the company you work for might bid on this project, but it would go through a process.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's good to just get that out there so everybody knows. I mean, it's how I eat. Yeah. So.
And also, I asked Doug to help me out with costs on what, not necessarily just their company doing, but what their company or those folks thought it would cost to put something in. So we had a scaled down, pretty close idea what it might cost to do. So that's kind of how Doug's numbers came about.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Looks like Paul Burrell. Yes, sir.
Paul Burrell, co-owner of Sound Pacific Seafoods in Blaine. Since the topic of Blaine is on the agenda this evening, I figured I would first say thank you to all the commissioners that have helped us in looking and talking to us about our problems with our bulkhead. And I'm just basically here to say we're still here. We're still sliding into the bay. And I hope for wisdom for you, all three commissioners, when deciding on what to do with the budget and port finances. So, thank you.
So, hang on one second, Paul. So you're still sliding into the bay. There's still a bulkhead issue?
Very serious
managed?
one, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm sure we'll discuss that. Okay. All right. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. All right. That is all that's signed up. Anybody that's here that would like to say something? Sure. Oh, we know this guy. Hey, Sipa.
He's wearing a green hat today. It's a good guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good guy hat.
Like green? Okay, anyway, commercial fisherman Milan Slipčević, president of Commercial Fishermen Association. I talked with many of our members, and from Blaine too, pretty much every single one like to have a fuel dock in a Blaine. And another thing, last, like 2 meetings back, Mr. Robbins said that he talked with Dana, and Dana is one of our board directors, and Dana talked to me too. And he said that he heard from Mr. Robbins that if you put the fuel dock, that you're not going to be able to fix the sawtooth, that port doesn't have the money to do both, or you're not going to fix the lockers or whatever. I said, that's not true. That is disinformation, because Port already has the money for the lockers to fix it up in the Blaine, and Port already made a decision to fix that sawtooth, and you show up a couple meetings back and say that main issue that we don't need to have a fuel dock because we have to, more important to fix the sawtooth, which is, sure, we need a sawtooth. That is not issue to have a fuel dock. And it's just to let public knows that is not issue if we have sawtooth or fuel dock. Are we going to be able to fix the sawtooth and be able to own the fuel dock? Because that is the only port in the Puget Sound that don't have a fuel dock. It's Port of Blaine, actually Port of Bellingham, harbor in Blaine. And another thing, some of our Blaine guys come to me and say, you know what, we even heard that if Port run the fuel dock, we're not going to be able to have a fuel truck to fuel the boats because Port going to say to the fuel company that can't fuel it up with the truck. I said, that's not true, because Port get 5 cents a gallon from the truck. That means Port making money from there, and it's never going to happen. And nice to find out if we accomplish that thing, get that service in that harbor, have a fuel dock that's run by the port, still going to have a chance to big boats that take big quantity of fuel have a chance to get the fuel from the truck, and port gets 5 cents a gallon from that deal. And Commercial Fishermen Association going to make the official decision and bring you letter maybe next time or whatever we need, that we are in support of the fuel dock in the Blaine run by the port. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sipa.
Thanks, Seba.
All right, that is all that is signed up. Anybody else? I guess Sipa didn't really sign up. Nobody? All right, we're going to close our public comment and move on to official business. First item is something I think we're all looking forward to. So go ahead, Diane.
A motion by the Port Commission to approve a harbor land lease and project development agreement between the Port and All American Marine Incorporated for site preparation, construction of a new building and a long-term lease at Hilton Avenue.
Thank you, Diane. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Terry Leahy, Real Estate Representative. Before I get into the details of this agreement, I'd like to mention that Matt Mullett is with us, who is the President and CEO of All American Marine and has been a great partner through the whole process. Matt will be saying a few words after the presentation. I'd also like to mention that this has been a cross-divisional effort, including the executive division, the engineering, environmental, planning and development, and economic development divisions of the port. All American Marine has been a port tenant since 2003 and have outgrown their facility in Fairhaven. Over the past few years, we've looked at numerous sites for them to be able to expand and chose the Hilton Avenue as the best location to expand this marine trades business. The agreement covers the development of the site and the terms of the lease. A few of the key points are: the port will construct approximately a 40,000 square foot building at the Hilton Avenue site. The highest point of the building is about 61 feet and is the furthest point away from Rhoda Avenue. There are also 2 ancillary buildings, about 5,000 square foot each, that are included in the project. The site sits at about 2.2 acres and also includes a storage area and a turnaround area across the street of Hilton Avenue. The port will be responsible for the site development, for both the building, the storage and turnaround site, any environmental costs, and providing a non-exclusive non-exclusive right to the Skolacombe boat launch. We would also be realigning the boat launch to allow for larger vessels to be launched. The agreement includes the port to provide moorage for All American Marine's fit-up needs at the Skolacombe Marina in the short term, and then we will be looking into providing a non-exclusive use fit-up float closer to the facility. That will be paid back at a 3% rate of return by All American Marine. The agreement also includes, and I'll like to clarify a point because it was brought to our attention earlier, that the agreement and the slides, for the purposes of the agreement and the slides, please consider straight up as north and to the left as west and right as east. That is not the true north, but I would like to point that out.
Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome. The agreement allows All American Marine to have a right of first offer to a portion of the site to the west of the building site. That is a 10-year right of first offer for them to be able to do that. We anticipate the building to be complete by the end of this year, and the storage turnaround, launch right access, and realigning the Skolacombe boat launch should be completed by the spring of 2017. The lease is for a 25-year term and has one 20-year renewal option. The project budget is approximately is $10.3 million, out of which 8.9 is the building and just under 1.5 million is the site preparation costs. This includes EDI funding that we have received of a $1 million grant and a $2 million low-interest loan. There are other costs that are part of this project but not included in the budget are realigning the boat launch, which is approximately $225,000, our best estimate at this point, and then the fit-up float, which would be in the future, and that is undetermined at this point. All American Marine rent is based on an average of 3% return on the building cost at the Hilton Avenue site. I would like to point out that that is substantially lower than what the port normally expects for a project. The initial rent will be at 2% rate of return for the first 5 years. That increases by 0.5 percentage point every 5 years through the term of the lease, which averages out to the 3%. There is a 60-day no-rent period following commencement of the lease, after which rent will begin. The Fairhaven lease site, which is currently under lease, has a 4-month termination clause, which basically means after this lease commences, that lease will terminate after 4 months. The last 2 months of that site will be at half their leased rent. Also, I'd like to point out that All American Marine has negotiated that 15% of their interest in the lease can be transferred without prior port's written consent. The lease and development agreement may be terminated should the bids come back higher than our project budget and we're not able to negotiate or reduce the scope of the project. Marine trades are very important to the port, and staff certainly recommends that the Commission approve this lease and project development agreement. I'd like to ask Mr. Matt Muller to say a few words, following which I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you, Terry. Matt?
Yeah, we very much appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for the mic. Yeah.
The slides? Yeah.
Now that we've thrown off your whole spiel, then. Hi, Matt.
No problem. Good afternoon. Matt Mullett, President and CEO of All American Marine. So we're delighted that we're at this phase, and it's happening, at least now. We're excited that it's moving along. We've got a few months ago, we had 5 boats under contract. We delivered one of those, a survey research boat for the University of New Hampshire, and then we have 83-foot Eco Tour, Whale Watch, dinner cruise boat under construction. That'll be launched in just 10 days, and that's Long Beach, California. And then we have a 67-foot survey boat for the United States Army Corps of Engineering out of Philadelphia, and then 2 72-foot ferries for National Park Service in Pensacola, Florida. So just for some of you that might not have seen our vessels, I just wanted to just show you just kind of 3 primary boats here. This is a 105-foot ferry that we built for King County, one of 2 ferries.
Hey, Matt, is that the one that just got put into service?
Dedicated. This is the first one. The second one was dedicated last fall.
That was the second one. I think I got to ride in that second one.
Yeah.
I was astounded that on the bridge, it goes side to side at the top of the vessel, and I crawled underneath the console there and saw nothing. I was surprised how much computerization goes into these ferries, because I expected a whole lot of something up there, and it was just a nice big open space. Yeah, it's very cool, very high tech.
This is a 134-foot boat that we built a few years ago for CNC Technologies. It's a survey boat. We like to hang our hat on this one because this was built for a company out of Lafayette, Louisiana, and there's not many opportunities that builders from around our part get to build a boat of this magnitude in Cajun boat building territory. But this is a very complex boat, and we hope to have more of these kind of boats in the future. And then this was a boat we built for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for their Jacksonville, Florida district office. So that just gives you a picture of some of the boats that we build. We hope to be able to, in the new facility, bigger boats. We're currently talking with operator out of San Francisco and to build several boats for them, as well as the WEDA, or the Water Emergency Transit Authority. They have a couple large 600-passenger boats, and we might need to work with another boat builder to be able to pull off that contract. But there's larger boats that this new building is going to enable us to be competitive and build those vessels, at least bid on them. So
Awesome.
appreciate your support.
I have a question. Your aluminum supplier, who supplies most of your
It's a company that has a distribution center in Kent that's called Pierce Aluminum, that we've developed a very close relationship with. We'd like to be able to get the aluminum out of Intalco and have it, but they don't produce a marine grade aluminum
it's
alloy.
mostly extrusions out here too, I think, isn't it? They're not doing sheet, I don't believe. But.
Well, they don't. They just do billets, I think, and then they send them to a processing plant to
Just curious.
make the parts. Sure.
Thanks.
This project fills two of the goals that the Port of Bellingham has. One is for job retention, and the other is for job creation. And you've been a good operator on our waterfront, and we have a use for your building in Fairhaven once you get into the new building. So this is a win-win-win. I hope we can move as fast as you need us to move in this project, and I'll be in support of it because of the job creation and preservation that we have here.
On that subject, last time I was here, we had 42 employees, and today we have 51. So and that's even before the move. So we're anticipating being on schedule with our growing workforce.
Well, I'll say when Port staff, and sure all three of us commissioners, and certainly our executive director and other staff here, we started talking to different people that we needed to have engaged in this process. And on the one hand, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to convince people how important a business like yours is. And certainly you're captive because you need access to the water, and that's what ports provide in the state of Washington. I would say at least a few times people said, well, do they really need to be here? And you listed several vessels that you've got going on around the country. The one I did not know about was the Sea Scout, the previous slide to this one. And to have sold that in Louisiana, we have actually used that as an example, not that particular vessel, but that you're competing with boat builders in Louisiana, literally sliding boats through the mud down to the water to launch. And to be able to compete at that national level, and the list of clients that you've been able to provide vessels to, it's tremendous. So I think the value to our community, it's impossible to understate how important your company is to this community. And being able to provide the expansion opportunity for All American Marine, and that the Port of Bellingham can do with you, that's pretty cool for us. So we're all very excited about the move and making sure that you guys can stay here for a very long time. So yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate your support, and I just want to throw my 2 bits in on the staff. It's been a pleasure to work with them on this, and nobody's given up. We've run into a number of challenges along the way, but I think ultimately this is probably going to be the best site for us in the long run. So.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
And before we add, thanks, Matt. We would be remiss if we didn't mention all the partners we've had in this besides All American Marine. I know that the county council has been supportive, the county executive's office has been supportive, the EDI funding that we get back for economic development activity here found support. I do appreciate that Councilman Rudd Brown did ask some hard questions about it on this funding, because it's a significant amount of money that's going to this project. I think at the end of the day, it's fantastic use and directly, I shouldn't say it that way. It is exactly what the EDI funding is to be used for. So I think that's, if I missed anybody other than staff maybe, a lot of folks been
Commissioner, I would
involved.
also add the city of Bellingham.
And the city of Bellingham,
and the
yes.
permit process. They have been just fantastic.
And that's, really key. I think when we first started this, one of my first questions was, we've got a tight timeline, and the city's processes can be pretty specific and not always working with the timelines that we would need. So that's good that they've been very supportive as well. So any questions for Terry?
No.
No, you good? Bobby?
No, I'm good.
No questions? All right. Anything further from anybody? No, on this one?
The only other comment I might make is January 2nd is when it's supposed to be complete of this year. That's going to be a monumentous push, and I hope we make it.
I would like to thank Terry for clarifying. It was I who asked the question as Marine Gam, north and south and east and west, and it didn't line up what they had, and I thought they had a 10-year commitment on property. That it was different.
Oh, got it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I appreciate the comment. It needed clarifying, so thank you.
So speaking of the city's process, right? So I think I may have seen one of the yellow public comment signs on this property. Did I, or am I thinking of another one? Did I see that? Yeah. So have we received, is that in play right now? The
We are
public comment
currently
period on
working
it?
with the city, yes, and everything's been positive. I don't believe we have any permits at this point.
Okay, all right. So the building is 61 feet tall, and I'm sure that there's going to be some concern about that from our neighbors. So that's brings me to a question of design and exterior finish. Have we gotten that far down the road of what the building's going to, not the size and the shape, but so much what the actual siding and the aesthetic, look of the structure is going to be?
If you wouldn't mind, I'll ask Adam Fulton, Director of Facilities, to answer that.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Adam Fulton, Director of Facilities. Yes, the facility is designed. We're out to bid now. To answer your question you asked a moment ago, we typically run our permitting in parallel with our bidding. And we do that because we many times find ourselves in a time crunch, such as this project. The commissioners point to January. It's actually 2017. I don't know if you're being facetious. Yeah.
Otherwise, we're already behind.
Very real deadline. We've done everything. We think there's a 7.5-month building process, and that's how much time we've allowed. So we think we're right in that sweet spot of the timing of the project. The commissioner's question about the appearance of the building is it's a metal-sided building. It's industrial in nature. It follows All American's current color schemes of gray and blue and white. Gray and blue and white. I think I've got that correct. So it'll be dapper.
Purdy.
Yeah. Okay. Public access around nearby. I know we might be encroaching on the new trail with this project. Can you describe what that's going to look like?
You bet. There is currently a temporary trail configured from near the Coast Guard station on around the the I&J Street waterway, and then it makes its way out to circumvent the ASB trail, at least partially for the moment. And that trail does sweep through the property Mr. Elahi described, and it gets up next to the property. However, the trail does not get displaced in the project. And where the trail and the project are very close, we do a landscaping buffer between the two.
Okay. And that raises another interesting point, which is we had a conversation some years ago with Redden and an expansion of their facility. One of the things that came out of that conversation was that it'd be cool if people could see the network, the nets being worked on. And if there's an opportunity here that people walking by or enjoying the trail would have an opportunity to see what All American is working on, maybe we should take an opportunity there, not just put a landscape buffer between everything, because there might be something interesting for people to watch All-American do. I know there's a lot of interest in the community in having them in this particular location versus Fairhaven. There's a great chance for folks to come and see this company at work. So if there's an opportunity there, I think we should see if we can take it. Lighting on the exterior of the structure?
Very little. We follow what's called a dark skies lighting ordinance, and we have, if we do have exterior lighting for safety and everything else, but they're full cutoff fixtures that won't be visible from the bluff.
Okay. And after, let's say, evening activities, anything planned from All-American? Do you tend to shut down at sort of 5 o'clock or something like that? About 4:30? Okay. All right. Super. That's it for me.
There won't be two shifts, Everett?
We work 4/10s, and right now we have a big push, and the guys are working, sometimes 12-hour shifts, and then working part day on Friday. But just the two-shift thing just hasn't worked in the past.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I will say this. I'm excited because part of this, I'm just excited about this because I think what you guys do is cool. The first time I saw your facility, somebody was showing, it might have been you, but somebody was showing me this carbon fiber wing under the center of one of your vessels. And they're like, yeah, the whole thing rides on this. I was like, there's no way the whole thing rides on this. That's impossible. And it's pretty crazy what you do. I'm excited to see the very first boat taken out of your facility here and hauled out there to the boat launch. And I hope it ends up being like a big parade where a lot of people come and see that, because it's going to be pretty neat. So, yeah, I might throw champagne at it.
Free beer?
Oh, I'll be drinking beer anyway. Anything further? No?
Thank you, Matt.
No.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And thank you, Terry. That's it from you?
Yes.
All right, cool. I think we're going to vote on vote on a land lease and project development agreement. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, you said it twice. All right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Good job. Woo-hoo. That is it for our action items. We're going to get a few presentations up here now. I don't know who's giving what, but I think we're starting with Blaine Harbor Fueling.
Yeah, Commissioners, we came to you, I think, a couple weeks ago, or a month ago, I guess it was, about the fueling operation. We presented some numbers to you. They're very preliminary numbers. I'm sorry we don't have an answer to the biggest outstanding question, which is the condition of the tanks that Mr. Karlberg referred to earlier. We hired a consultant. I'm going to let Adam explain why we are upset with that consultant.
Because he dropped the ball. Thank you, Director Fix. As the director intimated, we had a consultant absolutely fail on us. We before he left, Norm Gilbert was running this investigation, and the goal of the consultant was to give us an estimate on what it would cost to get this facility up and operating. That report was due March 21st, 2 Mondays ago, and after a dozen phone calls, panicked for that report, he finally returned the call on Wednesday, March 30th, 6 days ago, 4 o'clock, saying he would not be able to complete the assignment. So since then, we've had a pretty good whirlwind of activity to present you something meaningful. I'd like to begin by thanking Mr. Karlberg for his work on that. The commissioners should know that in parallel, we also did an estimate. And, oh, wait. That's all right.
Hang on.
That's okay.
Tank replacement, that one. They're different.
What's the difference? Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, we were unsure that we had two. They look similar, but there's two different. All right. Sorry about that, Adam.
It's no problem.
Okay.
I'd just like to say that there's tremendous agreement between the estimate we did internally and the estimate that Mr. Karlberg produced. Matter of fact, they're about $9,000 apart, and $7,000 of that $9,000 is in the electrical estimate. And further, Ultratank waived out the electrical portion of the project, saying that there would be additional costs for credit card servers and everything else. So all to say is that the two estimates are very strongly in agreement. However, both of those estimates, mine and Ultratank's, make one very large assumption. Actually, they create two caveats. One is that permitting is going to be required, and two, that testing is going to be required. This facility, as you may know, has a bit of a history, and it is also under agreed order with ecology as a Matka cleanup site. So the history is not favorable with the agencies that regulate fueling. Since that last Wednesday at 4, then had several conversations to try to understand the permitting of this facility. First of all, with Michael Jones of the city of Blaine, who basically said there's going to be two permits to get. One is a mechanical permit, one is a shoreline substantial development permit. The shoreline substantial development permit will trigger a SEPA fill out. Let me. I'll come back to this. In any event, that SEPA will likely indicate involve both the EPA and ecology and the Whatcom County Fire Marshal. In conversations with Mike Sibley of the EPA, Annette and Masu, I can name them all. There's literally a half a dozen regulars that will have their fingers in this, and all of them will tell you that you've got to conduct one of two tests, and most likely it's the second one. They will say you need to do what's called just a standard tank test, and that's a low pressure, 5 pounds of air pressure on that tank. However, because of the history of this facility and the age of the facility, they will likely require what's called a STI SP001 test, which is the Steel Tank Institute SP001 test, which is a wall thickness, as a floor investigation, and it costs about $10,000, frankly, and we're scheduled for one next week.
That's audio gauging, basically.
That's correct. That's correct. So that is the definitive test for those tanks. Passing that test will assuage the concerns of the EPA and ecology and the fire marshal and the city of Blaine. But it's $10,000, and it's the results of which we hope to bring you back at our next meeting.
So one point here, maybe a question. Why do we schedule this test if we even haven't decided if we're going to do this or not?
Well, I think it was to drive the biggest unknown in the costs, or whether we need to replace the tanks. So we can't give you an accurate financial analysis unless we know whether we're replacing the tanks or not. That's what is disappointing, quite frankly, that we don't have today, and I apologize for that, but we don't have it. So I've given you some background. I've given you two scenarios. One is the assumptions you saw last time. All these assume 80,000 gallons of annual volume. We question whether we'll be able to do that much volume. I think the Dodds did that in some of their best years in the last few years. So getting there might be a push, but that is the assumption. 80% diesel, 20% clear gasoline. 7 days a week operation. You saw all of these last time on a PowerPoint. What I've given you today is a second analysis that shows a tank replacement at a rough estimated number of $137,000. So that pretty much doubles the capital investment into this project if we do that tank replacement. Obviously, significantly changing the financial analysis. So I think we need that key piece of information from that tank test next week. So I'm suggesting that you take the information I've given you, can read it over, come up with questions. We get our work done on the condition of these tanks, and we come back to you on April 19th with a recommendation that these tanks are good or they're not good, and here's the real numbers.
So just to, and we've totally hijacked your presentation, Adam, but just to move forward on knowing what the costs are going to be, we're going to spend at least $10,000, but I think more because there's other consultants engaged here.
Commissioner's correct.
Just to decide if we're going to do this or not.
That's right.
The Commissioner's correct.
Cool. All right. Okay. So, Adam, please.
That's actually the presentation. I would like to echo the apology issued by Director Fix. It was my consultant that did absolutely fell down on the assignment and put us behind this far. And my mistake was letting my trust be in that person and getting us very late behind the 8 ball, and here we are. So I apologize. It'll take 2 more weeks.
We do have, thank you, Adam, we do have also today scheduled is the Semiahmoo fueling folks are here to make a presentation as well. They requested some time. So after we're done with this, you're going to hear from them.
Adam, I've got a quick question. I heard a $70,000, $75,000 figure, and then you show $113,000 for pumps. Are we talking new floats or new docks, or are we still going to hand a hose down over the pier?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioners. The comparable port, let me say 2 things. It's a dock that we add at the end of the pier, and there's 2 hose reels at the end of the fixed pier that then have 100 feet of line and a dispenser on the end. So that's the way the fueling is done. Is a boat pulls up to the dock, and then this hose comes off of the reel, and we fuel the boat. Does that make sense to you?
It comes off the reel on a floating dock or down from the pier?
Thank you for asking that. I believe it's on the fixed pier. I'm not positive of that, though, and Andy might know. Yeah, it's on the fixed pier.
We're still handing it down. Someone has to crawl up that ladder, call for someone to come fuel their boat, give them the credit card, crawl down the ladder, hand the hose down. It's not on a floating pier where you hand it up to the boat. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct, but I would ask Andy Peterson, our harbor master, who's operated the facility or knows much more about it than I do. The microphone's right there. I apologize, Commissioners. I'm not that astute on how it's exactly operated.
Andy Peterson, Blaine Harbor Master. The plan, as in the past, was to have a float at the end of the fixed pier, fuel dispensers on a reel at the end of the fixed pier, lower the hose down to the boat.
So are we, in this pump and dispensing equipment, does that include a new dock?
No, it does not, and that was my second point. The Commissioner's looking at the price tag of $112,945.
I was looking at 113.
Yeah, 113,000, you bet. So the fueling equipment is actually, my total is actually, when you put the same markups and everything else, it's 85,000 for that portion. That compares to Ultratank's 76,000. So two pretty close estimates essentially for that work. The difference why I'm at 113, not 86, is because I include the price of putting in the dock and also cleaning up the facility somewhat, which Ultratank specifically waived out of their estimate. Was we don't know how much it'll cost to get a dock there. I had to estimate that in. That's why my number's at 113.
So if the tanks are fine, what we really need is just the equipment at 85 and the floating dock, and we're set to go? There's no other expenses?
With the exception of the permitting, did you mention, Commissioner, if the permitting is okay?
No.
It's the permitting that we're leery of that could really drive the costs up and change the paradigm of the project.
And that permitting again was how much?
I'm sorry.
You're talking about that you couldn't get the tanks looked at.
Yeah.
That's a whole separate cost. That's $10,000. You were just looking at the tank. Looking at the tank.
So the best case scenario, if I'm understanding your question, is that we pay $10,000 and the tanks are rock solid, and then we go in for $113,000 and make this facility work. That is, as far as I can tell, will be the best case scenario, and frankly,
doesn't include permitting.
Well, that would be the permitting. Is that $10,000 tank? That $10,000 tank test would be the bulk of the permitting costs.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Very welcome.
This seems like an easy on its original conversation, on its face, seemed like an easy thing to determine, but I'm going to pull a page out of one of a former Port Commissioner's playbook, and if we could, which it's not legal and I wouldn't suggest we would even try, but if we subsidized every gallon of fuel sold at just the tank test alone at 20 cents a gallon, we subsidized 20 cents a gallon of fuel, just the tank test alone would cover 2.5 years of sales of fuel at the 80,000 gallon mark. So we're actually looking at 113,000, best case scenario.
And I'm going to say our numbers are flawed. It's 123,000, right? It's 113 plus the 10 for the permits.
So we're, 150,000 into this, at least. Am I wrong? I mean, you got a tank test, you got the new float, the equipment, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see how you get into it for less than 150,000. We often talk about very large numbers. This one is not on its original conception an easy slam dunk because it's quite a bit more than even I was expecting. So,
might I add in the plans for putting a new fueling station into Blaine and rebuilding of Blaine, I think we were in the neighborhood of $1,200,000 to about $4.5 million for those plans to revitalize and build a new fueling station. So if we look at those numbers compared to these numbers to put a fueling station in, you have quite a difference, and it's all in savings. I mean, we can talk about the 130,000 or the 250,000, but you have a fueling facility in, and it didn't cost you $1 million something on up to $4 million, depending on where you put it. So I would remind folks that at some point we had planned on putting a fueling station back in there, and it was going to cost a heck of a lot more than what we're looking at here now.
Well, I think the conversation that we've had over the last few years, that was part of it. I don't think we had anything off the table in the conversations about what we would do in Blaine. So even the Sawtooth was part of it, whether or not that remains. I think the only thing that changed dramatically was the pulling out the Marine Railway and putting in a very large travel lift in that location. Certainly, we didn't decide on it, though.
No.
And in light, I think the folks from Semiahmoo Marina are here to talk about their fueling. And that concept of using their facility to fuel vessels out of this marina had never come up in the conversations that we discussed with rebuilding or reconstructing the industrial area at Blaine. So, not playing devil's advocate here. I'm just sort of trying to beat all these ideas up and see how the bang for the buck is going to be gotten out of this particular project. So.
One more question I had, assuming it's the 113,000 plus the 10, the cash flow, if we did 80,000 gallons, we would lose $17,900 a year. That's up from the 14,000 that we talked about before, is that correct?
It's slightly changed. I think we had 15,000 some odd before, so yeah, it might be a couple thousand.
Now it's closer to 8.
Well, yeah, because I think we had 100,000 equipment in there before, and now we have 113. Right. So that's the difference. I don't think we've tweaked much else there.
Well, think about that context, though, in light of what Commissioner Briscoe just said, which is if this is 150-ish, give or take, and there was a possibility of spending, upwards of $1 million or whatever the number might have been for a new facility over by the Sawtooth. Those numbers that Rob you just threw out there are appallingly worse, not just worse. It's just negative no matter what. It's just negative. Is there any way to make money on fuel or break even on fuel?
I don't think there is. I think, that you could argue whether the labor cost is too high, but staff truly believes we would need to add some payroll to get this done, or something else would suffer in the Blaine Harbor. Something else wouldn't get cleaned. Something else wouldn't get maintained. Customer service would go down. So, sure, we could tweak those numbers a little bit, but getting this, and the other big unknown here, if I was guaranteed 80,000 gallons, I'd say, okay, we can figure out how to make this break even. But the 80,000 gallons is not a guarantee, and if you go to Mike Dodd, I don't think he's done that in a couple of years. So that's my other.
Last year, I thought that was last year.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a couple of years ago that he did that. Well, I'll double check with him, but.
I thought it was the last. He said that was his last year.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, Semiahmoo, once the Dodd family went out of the fueling business, theirs only increased 20,000 gallons. So 60,000 gallons went somewhere else. And that's a big concern of mine is would we do the 80,000 gallons? If we don't, this subsidized loss would go up immensely if it was, say, 60,000 gallons.
Yeah, there's no doubt we're predicated on doing 80,000 gallons here, and less than that increases the loss. That's correct.
Well, having this conversation now certainly helps answer a question about what we would do in the future. So maybe it's a little earlier than the entire build out of what we were hoping for the industrial area, but in the context of the losses we're looking at this small investment, the larger investment that we were talking about a few years ago is just that's tremendous. Wow.
One thing I'd like to point out, most of the fuel docks in your marinas or ports don't operate 7 days a week. Andy and I talked about this. So some of your overhead will go away as far as the personnel needed to run it, because there's no reason to run a fuel dock 7 days a week. 5 days a week at 8:30 to 4 o'clock is fine for a commercial fleet and a fleet in Blaine working in and out of there. You got something you can work around that. In the summertime, I suppose, if there was a need for a 7-day service, which I spoke with Mr. Dodd, and they tried a 7-day service, and it just, there was no people. I mean, the guys were all done during the week, and everybody wanted a weekend off if they could get it. So you had very little fueling on the weekends. So as far as the 7-day per week thing, I don't think that is a necessity to start with even.
So, Rob, during this conversation to date, has anybody called the other ports, public ports, that are providing fuel and getting an idea about how they operate, and do they make money, do they not make money, break even?
Yeah, Andy's talked to several about the pricing, and I talked to a couple about the operations. Everett and I think it was Edmonds both said, don't do it, don't get in the business, they want out. And I'm happy to connect you with the ED from Everett to have that conversation as well. But they would assume they would just assume it was operated, they'd prefer it would be operated by a private sector rather than them.
And do they say why?
Just they don't make money on it. They lose money. It's a headache. They'd rather turn it over to someone else and wash their hands of it.
Okay, so the odds of the Port of Bellingham operating a fueling facility and breaking even are not favorable. Okay, so if we decide to do this, then we have to do it with the understanding it's almost a public service, that we are going to operate at a loss.
That's why we reflected the numbers the way we did, yes.
Okay.
Rob, the two ports you mentioned were Edmonds and...
I believe Edmonds, Everett I talked to Les, and the Edmonds guide I believe is the other one I talked to, but I'll dig it up.
Edmonds?
Yeah.
I might point out that Edmonds has no commercial fleet in it. It's strictly recreational, so that'd be a hard comparison to Blaine. No, and I was going to point out Everett's commercial fleet is pretty much, it's a lot less than Blaine is, if you can believe that. So it's mostly all recreational there also.
How much fuel, and Commissioner Briscoe, you can answer this being a fisherman, how much fuel does a boat your size would they buy at a facility like this in Blaine?
Well, say we're fall fishing in Hoods Canal, we burn about 500 to 600 gallons a trip. You got 10 trips, so about 6,000 gallons in the month of October. And
annually?
Well, annually, what do we burn?
Depends. Annually, what would you buy if you were buying from this facility in Blaine? How much fuel would you purchase from the Port of Bellingham owned facility in a year on average? What we said, there were 10 large boats up there, and so I'm just trying to get a number.
I know,
from
and I'm trying to think. I don't do very many Puget Sound fisheries anymore, so it's pretty limited. We don't fish year round in here if we fish on the coast, but for a limited guy like me, you're probably going to, I don't know, maybe 10,000 gallons a year. Okay. But understand that gallonage number being said, Commissioner Robbins, that I only fish here about, in Puget Sound, probably about 15 to 20 days a year.
How about those other 10 boats that are in Blaine? Yeah, I assume yours is one of the 10?
Yes.
Most of them are like yourself?
No. Actually, let's see, we've got, Andy, we got the Farewell and Maryam. Andy could probably answer. We've got a few boats that do the crab fishery inside that are bigger boats that are they're probably in the 15, 20,000 gallon range for the winter or for the season they have here. But most, you got to add up all the little boats too, the guys that are 150 gallon, 200 gallon boats. This is where the problem lies with not having a fueling station in the harbor, is your small boats mainly. They can't pack enough fuel to fish more than a couple of days, so they need to fuel up every couple of days. And granted, semi-ammo's across the way. For the small guys, that they're fishing when the weather's good. When the weather's bum, they don't want to run over there to get fuel and come back. It's basically, this whole thing is a service. It's a port, to me, it's a port-supplied service is what we're looking at. Nothing says that this isn't, when we put Blaine back together, that we're not going to build that gallonage back up to where you're going to make money. It's a build it and they will come. The only reason nobody was coming to Dodds anymore is because you didn't have a harbor there worth going to fish out of. And that falls with the feet of the Port of Bellingham to let it go as far as it did in the rears. Nobody's there because there's no industry there really. Everything is falling apart, as we know. You can't work off of the Sawtooth dock to repair things there. So everybody has moved away into Bellingham. There are still a lot of people who would like to go back to Blaine and work out of Blaine. So it's you can't go on what's there now by what you're going to do in the future. If we can put that harbor back together, and Mr. Burrell, for instance, is there, and they want to build their business up. They're going to have a lot more boats. You've got to build the business back up, and when you do that, you'll build your fueling business back up. In the meantime, I agree, we're probably going to operate at a break even or a loss. But we need to have that service, and we need to build things back up there, and that's part of doing that in my mind.
Thank you for saying it's a service, because I think that if we're going to operate it at a loss, we're going to operate it, it's going to be at a loss, and we have to look at it as a service. There are many things the port does that do not make money, and that's what the tax dollars from the citizens go to, like maintaining parks and other things around the port. Our salaries, for one. The $620 a month. But Commissioner Briscoe, you raise a really, I think, valid point, which is something I asked about before. If there were many, many more gallons sold a few decades ago, why? But something has changed, and it's not just because the Sawtooth is in a dilapidated state today, but something else has changed. So the demand has decreased almost to the point where it's non-existent. If this facility had the various services available that would attract either reinvestment or newcomers to use Blaine Harbor, then it makes sense for us to provide the service, because the spinoff to the rest of the community and the economy in Blaine is probably worth a modest investment, especially if it's $150,000. That would seem very reasonable to me, at least the initial investment. The operating costs are something else. But, this, to me, it's not just a conversation about should we have fuel, should we not have fuel. To me, it's about, are we going to make sure that what's available in Blaine is working for that city and for that part of Whatcom County's coast? And is it going to meet the needs of the future, or are we just going to, hope that it can hang on and we can maybe recoup some costs on land leases and that sort of thing? We're not making any decisions about this today anyway. Right?
Commissioner, I think what I'd like you to do is listen to Semiamu next, and then I'd like to come back to you with a question if I can.
But we're gonna get the assessment on the suitability of the tanks for continued use in a couple of weeks.
We're going to have the test run next week, and we can bring those results back to you in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And that will greatly affect the capital costs we're talking about.
Sure.
And the only real decision we have now is, do we want to spend $10,000 on testing those tanks?
That's it. That's the only outstanding question. Right. No, we haven't committed to that yet. We could not spend it. So that is I said I wanted to come back with a question. That is the question. Is the commission okay with us going forward? I can do it under my signing authority. I don't need official. I'm just looking for nodding of heads that, let's spend the $10,000 and find out what those tanks are like.
I'd like to hear what Samiamo says before I answer that.
I have a question for Doug on this. Temporary tanks, cost, any idea, Doug, on temporary tank cost?
Let's get Doug a mic, though. Thank you.
Is this working?
Yes.
We just loaded up 6 of them. They're going to go to Point Roberts tomorrow, so we're going to put in temporary fueling because we got to dig all their tanks up. That takes about a month. So I can get you a number on it. you still got to make sure that you follow the law, and I'm not an expert at that.
In what manner?
Well, no, when you're, I mean, here's
That's okay, Doug.
Yeah, here's the big problem. When you're dealing with diesel fuel, there's a set of rules,
Right.
and they're fairly practical rules. When you start dealing with gasoline and the public, there are a lot of rules, and you just have to make sure and take care of them. Temporary tanks are very normal. I mean, when we did the airport at Anacortes, we put in temporary tanks so that the planes had fuel. And you can do that kind of stuff, and I can get you some costs on it, and you can call Port of Anacortes, who we charge them for, and verify the numbers and things like that. But like for the port, for Point Roberts, we're going to take in 3,000 gallons, 1,500 of gas, 1,500 of diesel. They're already operating under an existing permit, a licensed facility. So that I assume that's an issue in Blaine. It's out of license. But it may be that you can get it back in license with temporary tanks because the condition of the existing tanks then is not therefore an issue. So I can get you some numbers though.
Yeah. Doug, when you and your boss were up there looking, what did you consider the outside tanks? What kind of shape are the outside of the tanks to be in?
They look like they'd been painted. They're not just, they need to be painted, but it looks like they've always been painted and they just time. So it's not like they're just solid rust and we can't find any paint. You can see most of the paint on them. And just looking at them, there's tanks around town, big tanks, that are very, very old, but you just maintain them. And, until you audio gauge them and check the thickness of them, you can't just really eyeball them. So.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
Is that that it on this one? All right. Believe it or not, this seems like $150,000, right? But in the grand scheme of things, this is a piece of the bigger puzzle in Blaine for sure. Yeah. So I think a lot of folks might wonder, why are we talking about this so much? We have the next we have an update or a presentation from the folks at Semiahmoo. Is that right? All right.
I'm Dave Warder, Marine Terminals Manager, standing in for Dan Stahl. Not as tall as he is, but. And I would like to go ahead and introduce our next presenter, who is Mr. Paul Barlock, and he is the Semiahmoo Marina Condo Association Board and head of the Facilities Committee for the Semiahmoo Yacht Club. And also with him today is Mr. Doug Romano, and he's the harbor master for Semiahmoo to go ahead and speak to you today.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks to my audiovisual team. Thanks, Commissioners, for allowing us some time with this evening. It's been interesting for me because a lot of the topics that you've just gone through I hope to address. And rather than spend a lot of time with the intros, I'll jump right into what I think my objective is for you this evening. One is to try and present to you what the option is for the Port of Bellingham as far as an alternative to reopening the docks in Blaine. One of the things that we believe we do is we do provide a fuel services, and as a result, potentially eliminate the need for the port to incur the capital cost of the 115 plus, as well as the recurring annual losses. It allows those proposed funds that you're talking about tonight to go to other purposes within the marina, which might be argued that are better resourced out rather than spent on the fuel docks. And also, we believe that at the end of this, I'm going to try and provide an alternative for economics that allows the marina, Blaine Marina, to take advantage of the Semiahmoo partnership, if you want to call it, as far as working neighborhoods. A quick review. The marina's been around for 35 years. The Condo Association has been. Our stated mission statement has become the marina of choice in the Pacific Northwest. We provide full fuel service and marina store and restaurant 7 days a week, every day. All fuel services, marina services, and the restaurant. It's also home to the Semiahmoo Yacht Club, and I mention that because out of the membership, there's a split between Blaine and Semiahmoo. About 10% are Canadian or outside the area. The other 90% of the people who belong to the yacht club are either in Blaine. I think it's roughly 40% in Blaine and 60% in Semiahmoo. So one of the reasons I mention this is that we give a discount to yacht club members, which means that the residents over there, for the recreational boats at least, may not be taking advantage of your fuel dock even if you offered it. What the facilities are, we have 2 fueling stations, clear gas as well as diesel, 2 12,000-gallon tanks, diesel and 90 octane. We have the convenience marina store for marine supplies and restaurant facility, just remodeled. And distance is about 1,000 yards from the center of the marina in Blaine to the fuel docks. So, and from a logistics standpoint, can I go back real quick? Can I go back? I think I skipped one. One more. No, the other way if you can. So much for my auto visual compliment. Don't want to go to the map. There we go.
Yeah, I tried that.
Yeah, the only reason I wanted to come back to this is just to give you the layout. The marina office is also the location of the store and the restaurant. All right.
While they're doing it, quick question to Andy. Andy, the Port of Bellingham doesn't operate a store in Blaine Harbor.
We've got some upland tenants, Portuguese tenants that operate Chandler.
Okay.
The other point I was trying to make with this slide is we already are staffed. There's an existing harbor master, as you have. We have a full functioning office, accounting, but we also have 4 dedicated people plus the harbor master who can pump gas. So that it's a sunk cost for us at the condo association because we have these people anyway. It's not an additional staff. It's something that's been around for a number of years. Even if, unlike your challenge, if you put the capital cost into it, you're still going to have to man the station sometime during the week and some hours. Those are all sunk costs that we already do, and we subsidize those costs through the condo association. So basically, I, as a slip owner, pay my dues, and as a result, the staff at the marina, those costs are amortized across the ownership. So they also take care of the docks, they take care of the store, they take care of the bathhouse. So it's staffing that you would have to incur and dedicate versus what we have, which is already existing staff. The one point that I think that will eventually come down to is the economics and the service. I think that, as you mentioned, needs to be established that it's provided. This is current gas pricing and diesel pricing. We market price it based on what's going on at other marinas. Now, the one thing I have to emphasize here is that we fill the tanks, and you'll see in the next slide why. We fill the tanks when we think it's an economic buy time. And last fall, we filled the tanks. And then the pricing of the fuel continued to drop. So we're still pumping some expensive gas out, so the pricing hasn't come down as precipitously. Now, the good news is the cost of gas has gone back up somewhat. But basically, the pricing of the gas, the retail pricing, is predicated by the market and what we put in the tanks. The pricing model, excuse me, currently slip owners, if you use the $1.99, $2, we would give the slip owners a 35-cent per gallon discount. And that goes back to the fact that we subsidize the docks, and that's our give back.
So does that mean that $1.99 would be reduced by 35 cents, so it would be $1.64? Okay, and for diesel based on this slide.
That's for slip owners, we would pay $1, whatever that is, minus $2 minus 35.
Okay.
Yacht club members get a 20-cent discount. So going back to my comment, 40 boats over in your marina roughly, or there's 150 members of the yacht club. There's about 130 of them in our area, and some subset of those, about 40% of those are resident in Blaine. Commercial, we also give a 20-cent discount to. And going back to the comment from the fishermen, one of the things we also do is volume discounts. So, and those boats that don't pump out of the truck, because we're never going to be economic against the truck. But for those guys who want to do the 200 gallons, where we can actually establish volume discounts, and I was talking with Doug earlier, we could actually combine fishing fleet and give a whole new pricing to a group of boats. So these are all subjects and topics that we could bring up to give you an alternative to providing the service through the marina in Blaine, where we could actually give you this, a discounted opportunity. Oh, I got it. Sorry. So there's an opportunity here also to establish some guidelines to work with the.
For how long until board made decision not to have a fuel dock, then price going to change the.
Well, it's an interesting. The answer is maybe, because I used to run businesses for a while. So if let's just say the port does put this in, that doesn't mean that we still would not be able to talk to you about doing a deal. And if it goes back to just good business. One of the disadvantages we have with two 12,000 gallon tanks is I, as a sailboater, taking my 15 gallons every other month, doesn't deplete it very fast. So there's an advantage to us to discounts and a lot of other reasons why we would want to support you. So, I mean, it's market conditions, regardless of whether they, this offer would still probably be on the table whether you guys rejuvenate the docks or not.
That's all nice of you. My main thing why we decide to support the fuel dock in a Blaine that run by the Port of Bellingham is just because every single marina, every single port in a region has a fuel dock. Blaine doesn't have. Blaine doesn't have any service. That's why Blaine doesn't have any fleet. That's why Blaine can't run good, because what kind of service Blaine Harbor has? Blaine Harbor doesn't have a coffee shop, doesn't have a restaurant, doesn't have no service in Blaine at all. And now you guys like to get rid of the fuel dock? I mean, that's what we have to think about. And that's nice of you, to make decision, to make the, fishermen that can take your service. But we think, like any private business, if it doesn't have a competition, sure, can make the price whatever business want. That means if you don't have a fuel dock in a Blaine, sure, you can raise the price how much you want. And now we can get 20 cents, but 20 cents from $4 a gallon, instead of 2 or whatever. And that is the whole thing why we try to support fuel dock in a Blaine run by the port. And that is one of the services that harbor really need.
Sure. Thanks, Seppo.
And I'll talk to that in a second. Then the last point on this one is that also if you purchase fuel, you get the 10% discount in the store. So from a recreational standpoint, that's a good deal. So you can go up and buy your ice and everything else at a discount. So so you get a lower fuel price if you work a deal with us, and you get access to the store at a discount. And the whole idea is to provide service. I mean, this isn't to become a monopoly as much as I just want to explain to you what we think our services are. This is probably one of the more important slides, because what it shows is this is our total sales of gallons in 2013, 14, and 15. And as you can tell, this is during the transition when the current fuel docks closed. We didn't go up 80,000 gallons. And what this is saying is, okay, where is it being pumped? Well, we've picked up, and you could take this into either coming from Blaine or the guys are taking it and getting it pumped over out of trucks. But we have not seen a precipitous growth in fuel sales because of the closure of the fuel dock in Blaine. It's been an incremental gain, but it's not going to send anybody I know's kids to college. It's roughly a 20 or 30,000 gallons annual difference.
I have a question, and do you know in that gallons, is that gas or diesel, basically? I bet I'm assuming it's probably more gas than diesel.
No, it's more diesel.
More diesel?
More diesel than gas.
Since they closed in Blaine?
The answer was 70% diesel, 30% gas.
So your 2-year growth, 13 to 15, was it's about 30% of what you were doing before. I wouldn't call it precipitous, but it's certainly more than incremental. Can that be attributed to the closure of Dodds?
Partially, I would believe, but the economy has started to pick back up as well, so more boaters are going out.
Just more.
If you look at 8, 9, 10, I question, and Doug, I don't know whether you have those numbers, but during the peak of the recession, the power boaters were not taking the power boats out, especially at twice the cost. So this is a result of the fuel docks closing, cost of gas starting to come down, and also the overall economic situation is getting better. So I mean, it would take a lot more analysis, but that's my gut feel. So how can we support you? We would promise, and what we currently do, we're driven. And, one of the questions that came up, and I think going back to your question on a monopoly, right? Because we're owned by the slip holders, we really, and our discount is off that price, right? So I, as a member of the board, would not allow Doug to go to $4 a gallon because I would have to pay 35 cents less $4. So there's actually a mechanism within this organization that does not allow us to gouge because we are the owners and the customers. So there's not a motivation for Semiahmoo to try and raise the price precipitously just to make money. So what we would like to do would offer some type of scheme to the Port of Bellingham that allows the tenants in the whole port, whether it be Bellingham or Blaine, to take advantage of the discount, and we would go to the Semiahmoo Yacht Club level, 20 cents per gallon, and offer that up as long as you gave us some method of identifying who they are so that we don't have a free-for-all. And the other part of this would be as a mutual marketing, perhaps, where you would actually let people know that they get that 20-cent discount. Because I had a discussion with Doug earlier at the Yacht Club. We had 30 new members join last year. Now, I polled them at our annual meeting a couple weeks ago, and they didn't know we got a discount because we hadn't published it. So one of the things that what I'd like to do is if the port is interested in trying to use us as a vehicle to test the waters and see if it satisfies the commercial fishermen to some extent, and we can work together as a team, to go ahead and try that based on some type of mutual effort, where you give us the method of identifying it, let everybody know that you're going to do this, and hopefully it works. I don't think you're ever going to kill the trucks in the dock. All this does is give you an alternative for the recreational guys, the small 200-gallon guys, and the commercial guys that want to look at us as perhaps a volume discount. So there's no intent here to try and take advantage of the market. So, and if there are other opportunities that you want to talk to us about, we're willing to talk to you. My objective tonight was to try and give you something solid to chew on. Rather than we want to work with you and we want to be nice guys, we're offering up a discount, we're offering up volume discounts, and we're offering up a team play. And if you have other alternatives beyond those, I'd be happy to talk to you. So in summary, we provide pretty good facilities. We're updating every day. We're spending our private money to do that and remodeling and updating the facilities. The port doesn't, if you team with us in some form, the port does not incur the capital costs to build up the operation or the operational costs. It keeps precious funds in the pool to do other things. And we're ready to be a good neighbor. So, I mean, the intent here is not to try and become a commercial monopoly as much as spend your money wisely. And if we can help the port, we want to help you. And that's really all I got.
I have a quick question for you. Go back to your slide on pricing there. You had mentioned there would be discounts on off those prices with a discount card of some kind. When I checked prices today, you guys were at $2.99, and you gave a 10-cent discount on 100 gallons, and you give a 20-cent discount on 300 gallons or more. Is the discount you're talking on top of those?
No, it's not.
Okay, very good. Because I was going to say, you're more than competitive with Bellingham, Anacortes, and Edmonds right now without those discounts.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Can I get some clarification on that? Commissioner Robbins, they're more than competitive with Bellingham? What, Bellingham's little fuel dock over here, or the truck price?
Yes, Bellingham's fuel dock. Now, first of all, if you could turn to the pricing that we have here, and the gas is in blue. You really need to make the difference between non-ethanol and ethanol gas when you're putting prices on here, because there's about 60 cents a gallon difference. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if the non-ethanol ones that of the four were ethanol free are Semiahmoo and Anacortes. So if you look at the other two that aren't ethanol free, when you're comparing the prices, you've got to add 60 cents to that to compare the price as the same. And so it really changes it. And by the way, you're ethanol free. And if we do a gas dock in Blaine, would that gas be ethanol free or not? I would hope it wouldn't be, from the standpoint that if they need ethanol free, they can go to Semiahmoo. If they want non-ethanol, they can pick it up there.
Andy Peterson, Harbor Master of Blaine Harbor. We were actually looking at the clear fuel for Blaine Harbor. That seems to be what the boaters are looking for.
Clear meaning ethanol free?
That's correct.
Well, then there wouldn't be anywhere to get regular gas. And all the four-stroke engines, at least according to two of the fishermen I talked to that burn, one being Dana Wilson, whose name was mentioned earlier, he has four-stroke engines and he doesn't need ethanol free. So he's going to keep packing it down to his boat and over the dock because it's so much cheaper.
Yeah, we found that a number of the boaters are actually finding it harder to find the ethanol free, which is what makes it attractive at this time. But yeah, we do understand a lot of people don't need it.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thanks.
No problem.
I got a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead. And I think SIPA wanted to jump in on something real. Hang on. Let.
Go ahead. Just a second, sir. Yeah.
That price is very competitive at the Semiahmoo now. But 2 months ago, Semiahmoo is $1 high than pretty much anybody in a Puget Sound. Yeah. That means now, in the time that we have this question, port and Semiahmoo kind of compete with each other, now we have very competitive price. And before, that price is not competitive at all. It's $1 more than anybody else in the Puget Sound. That's
absolutely true. And the reason is, like I said, went back, we bought the gas when the market dropped in November and filled our tanks to the brim during the slow season, and the price reflected that, and while the pricing came down. So there's a double plus to working deals with you. One is we churn the gas faster so we don't have to hedge. There is no hedging. And we get whatever the current pricing is in the volume. So there's a bunch of upside to playing as a team versus, looking at a competitive position.
That's nice of you. I'm going to jump ahead of Bobby for just 1 second. And when you say playing as a team, you mentioned that the harbors are 1,000 yards. I don't know what that measurement was taken off of.
Just Google.
My Google Earth says that the fuel dock proposed and the past fuel dock that Dodd used, and your fuel dock is about 480 yards. So.
I went center mass to center mass, so that's probably why.
Okay.
And again, my logic in that was trying to show that everybody has to drive past our dock to get to the Blaine dock, no matter what. And even going back to the comment on the foul weather, it's about 200. The answer is it's not a giant difference. And if you look at a Google map, we all look like one big marina versus two separate.
Well, and that's, I think, to my point. I'm looking at on my computer screen right here, I'm looking at Bellingham, Squalicum Harbor. We have the inner basin and the outer, right? And certainly, if you walk across, it's much closer. But if you're getting fuel and you're in the inner basin, you got to go out into the bay, and you got to drive around it. Certainly more than 480 yards. But to me, and again, this gets back to the conversation that we haven't really gotten into, which is Blaine industrial overall, right? What's it look like in the harbor? And in the sense that the port selling fuel, Semiahmoo selling fuel, I'm looking at these two being so close together, and the Squalicum Harbor like you said, you look on Google Maps, it looks like this, it's just one marina separated by an entry, right? So I'm very amenable to what you're pitching. I think the Commercial Fishing Association is wanting to ensure that we have a very competitive fuel price. And if there's a way to provide the service and stay at a competitive fuel price, and I think the port's doing its work in providing that service, it just gets down to, is the location a problem? So,
and again, don't want to oversell it, but the pricing is, in my opinion, a very easy fix, right? It's just a matter of talking. And like I said, the whole organization is motivated by the owners who are buying the gas. So, I mean, there's not ever going to be there should never be a giant jump. And it also goes back to, at least in my belief, is that from an organizational standpoint, we have the services already in place, the restaurant, the store. In theory, if I look to advertising your marina, this is actually a plus for your marina to say you have those services available to transient boaters and guys who are transient recreational boaters. You can't get gas. You can stop up across the way and buy something, or because even in your case, West Marine, which used to be a great asset to you, closed. Right at the top of the hill. So it's not just So I guess my pitch to you is to take that money and do what you need to do within. And I agree. I think there's all kind of stuff. And again, your jobs are tough because you have to prioritize where that spend goes. But I think that there's other places you could spend it right now to upgrade the marina that we already provide those services. Why duplicate it?
Commissioner Briscoe.
I actually have several questions for you. But I'd like to point out first and foremost, the port's job is to strengthen the economy of Blaine. That's number one. And by having services in our harbor and bringing more vessels to our harbor and providing that strengthens the economy of Blaine. Having our vessels go across the Semiahmoo and do business over there does not strengthen the economy of Blaine. Semiahmoo does not lie within the city boundaries of Blaine.
It does.
It is? It does? It makes it all the way over?
My residence is in Blaine.
Okay, I'm correct. Then stand corrected.
So I'm all for that.
Okay. Anyways, we got that out. Why did Semiahmoo put a fuel dock in originally?
It was, 35 years ago, this was the master plan, and it was put in by the declarant at that time to make it attractive and bring people in. But if you look at the picture I showed at the start, that didn't work. And it's, 35 years later, we're only pumping 100 and some thousand gallons. It's not the victory flag of a successful marina.
Right, but it was put there for a service to bring people to the harbor.
That is correct.
The same reason we need one at Blaine, to bring people to our harbor.
Slightly, I mean, and again, it's equal debate. This is part of a condo association, right? And so I don't know, Doug, whether you have any feedback on the history 35 years ago, but I have to assume this was looked at as being, the declarant wanted to do this to kick off the condo association and sell condos. Now, the flip side of that is they're all bought now, and the ownership manages indirectly the gas pumps.
Right.
So
because it couldn't be, it was privatized the first 3 times and it didn't fly very good, if I'm correct on that. Right?
I'm not sure about that.
I know the fuel dock is closed at least on 2 occasions because they couldn't make enough money to operate it.
We've gone through a couple of transitions where the store actually closed for a while as well.
Right.
But the answer is what I have. What I have is what I have right now.
Right. No. So what I'm pointing out is I'm concerned about stability of our people in our harbor being able to get fuel if, in case, Semiahmoo did close again for some reason, if that happened. That's one of the things in the back of my mind is stability for our fleet within the Blaine Marina. When you spoke to vessels outside the harbor, and you spoke to, are you including our vessels and all of our vessels in the Bellingham Harbor, which transient fish and transient recreational stuff out of Blaine? Those people are included in the fuel price discounts?
That's the proposal we have on the table now, although I don't have a perception of what that volume or how big that is. I mean, if they take 12,000 gallons at a time, it might not change. It might change my mind. But the answer is that we want to open it up to the port of Bellingham, not just to the Blaine.
Okay. What about our neighbors to the north that take fuel? that come down.
We try to rip the Canadians off as much as we can.
I'm just curious whether those
I'd
folks.
be somewhat, again, kidding aside, there's a large, out of the, there's a, that percentage that's not Blaine resident or not Semiahmoo resident are Canadian residents. And a lot of the boats in Semiahmoo are Canadian owned. So the answer is that, and Doug deals with a problem constantly on recreational boaters. People from Seattle going north to go up to Desolation Pass find it really hard to make that right-hand turn and go 15 or 18 miles over to stop in Semiahmoo. Now the hotel's been rejuvenated. There's a lot of other things going on in the Spit right now in the building that make it more of a destination. So that might change. But for right now, the answer is that, yeah, we would work with the whole Port of Bellingham and trying to make a going concern.
I guess I appreciate you coming here and offering this up. I really do. It's not, I don't have a vendetta against Semiahmoo, so to speak. I'm concerned about the services for our fleets in our harbors, and that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about helping our downtown Blaine economy. And those folks that would go over and get diesel over there and eat in your restaurant could come and get diesel in the Port of Blaine and eat in our restaurants uptown there as well. So I guess we have to try and figure out a balance of what to do. I certainly don't want to hurt your business over there, and that's not my intention. My intention is to provide a full-service harbor in Blaine for our fleets that reside there and incoming folks that are passing through on their way to Alaska for the Inside Passage, or folks that come down from Vancouver or over from Victoria that come in and stay overnight in our moorage. They have that service. They'll fuel, they'll go uptown, they'll eat, they'll do everything right there. That, to me, is what a full-service harbor is about. And I believe you can't deny that that's what you're trying to do also at Semiahmoo. So we've got two harbors right across from each other, and I believe that we do need a fuel dock in Blaine as well as you need one in Semiahmoo.
And I think that's the challenge. I mean, the proximity is kind of, if it was Anacortes or where you only have one gas station in the whole harbor.
Right.
I think the proximity is the only reason I'm standing in front of you.
This is one of the few places that the port has a really in-your-face competitive problem, and there's 7 marinas, I think 7 in the county. 2 of them are publicly owned; the other 5 are privately, like Semiahmoo, privately owned. I personally, I'm looking at this from my, sort of the time I've been here. It's a similar situation and a problem that we have down at the Bellingham Cruise Terminal, where there's this core in Fairhaven, and then there's this gap down to the cruise terminal, and getting business interested in that gap is a challenge. So you've got something sort of interesting at the cruise terminal, and you've got this core. It's the same thing in Semiahmoo. In Blaine, the only connection between the Semiahmoo Spit, that's a peninsula, and downtown Blaine is the Plover. Or you have to take a boat, or if you're driving, it's just separate. It just is. Geologically or geographically, it's just separate. Where I think I'm interested in helping Fairhaven's expansion, the business expansion down to the water, the cruise terminal. I see a similar situation here. And if we can solve this problem that the commercial fishermen have about availability, price, and I'm assuming it's got to be somewhat convenient. I don't know if you have the right depth, if you can turn a boat. I don't know any of those things. I'm sure we'll figure those things out. Then I don't see that the port is competing with Semiahmoo. I just want to make sure that we have in that area, this is my point, not the commission's point, but that the availability of services overall is working for Blaine, including Semiahmoo, just because of the separation that the water creates right there. So I really appreciate what you're suggesting, and I know it's opening a conversation with port staff. I don't think this has ever happened here. I think it's always been looked at, we've got ours, you've got yours, but there may be a really awesome partnership here that satisfies the need for Bellingham, and we can let you folks focus on the fuel part of it, and we can spend efforts on the other part of it. I don't know if that's going to be the final answer, but at least I see that that's what you're presenting.
In my quick summary, that's the reason I'm standing here, is to really offer it up as an alternative to the commissioners. Like I started off, the amount of fuel, if you even reopened it, that we would lose sales for is not the financially for us meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's what concerns me. It's only 20,000 gallons you increase. If you lost those 20, it wouldn't be much to you, but that's why I question if we're ever going to do the 80,000 gallons.
Well, the one thing that's been impressive to me in the commission, I want to appreciate the effort you're putting into this, because it's not giant. And it's like the fishermen were saying earlier, what's best for the community is what we want to try and work with. And there is an upside. I mean, if we could work a deal with the fishermen to buy more gas and we reduce our costs even further and can pass that along, again, because of the way our fuel is owned, the docks are owned, I, as a resident there, get an advantage of that if we drive more business as well. So it seems like everybody walks away with somewhat of a smile, which is an unusual business opportunity. So I thank you for your time, unless there's any other questions.
I'm not so sure you would get much business from the port, from Bellingham folks. I checked the prices this morning. You were at $1.99 for diesel. Bellingham on this one was $1.85, but today they're $2.05. Mm-hmm. So they change and go up and down quite a bit.
I don't think you're driving there to get fuel, though, right?
Well, one thing that I'd like to point out about Blaine is it's seasonal. The influx there sometimes is we don't have enough capacity in the harbor to harbor the vessels that show up there to fish. Yeah. So a lot of those vessels, say 50% of them will come from Seattle, the Seattle area, Tacoma, Gig Harbor. Those guys are big boats like ours, and they burn a fair amount of fuel, and they're not going to run back and forth. So the fluctuation of the fuel that can be pumped there is pretty enormous. The problem is most guys have been coming to Bellingham because we don't have the services up there. It's the old thing, build it and they will come. And so
let's talk about that for a minute. If you could enlighten me, you asked why what happened to the fishing fleet, and Bobby explained at our last meeting, and they were there and they were trawlers and they're gone now and we'll never get them back. The gas dock was kind of the last folks to leave out of Blaine Harbor. We say it's because Blaine Harbor didn't have the amenities and so on, but they didn't have it when the fuel dock was there. And they used to sell couches and washing machines 100 yards from the Sawtooth dock. So as it deteriorated and dropped off, as we build it back up, if more fishing fleet comes in there, then we can look at putting a fuel dock in there if it made sense. Because the fuel dock was there and it left not because, it didn't deteriorate because the fuel dock left. The fuel dock left because there wasn't any business for him.
Fuel dock left because he retired.
Well, if it was a profitable business, someone would be there right now.
Mike was running it basically as a service to the fleet in Blaine.
Right.
And he retired and no one has taken it over. Is why we do not have a fuel dock. It's not because the fleet left. It's because the gentleman that owned it retired.
Well,
he was
someone
providing
else could move there though, couldn't they? Now? Why not go in there now? Why didn't someone just buy it from Mike?
Well, there was folks that looked at it, but there was complications about the real estate and so on and so forth, and they didn't want to take it on, Dan. It wasn't, it's...
Well, I hear you, and I certainly understand where we're coming from. I want to say yes to this. Anytime you look at something, especially when I know how passionate you are about it, having a boat there and fuel costs, I certainly understand it. So I looked at all the ways that I could possibly say yes to a fuel facility in Blaine. And number one, if a private sector wanted to come in tomorrow, as a commissioner, I'd vote for that, sign them up right away. I'd work as hard as we could to put a favorable lease together so that private sector person could have it. And secondly, if the fuel dock was ever to go out at Samiamo or Point Roberts, or we couldn't fill over the dock or then absolutely subsidize it to the hilt. We'd have to have it there because there wouldn't be a fuel dock. But that isn't the case. We have good fueling right now that takes place there. And Mike was right in pointing out the Inner Harbor in Bellingham. If you leave the Inner Harbor and go around to the fuel dock in Bellingham, it's longer than it is to go from Blaine over to Semiahmoo to fill your vessel. But as I looked at all of it, the big deal was the prices being competitive. Now, we could table this for a year and make sure you guys keep your prices competitive, not take the tanks out, leave the tanks there. If we want to spend $10,000 to find out if they're good or not, so be it. But if they aren't going to deteriorate in a year, and that way we would know that the pricing is what you say it is. Number two, I just don't like taking an environmental risk or a liability risk if we don't need to as a Port of Bellingham. And we don't need any more than the 2 lawsuits, the one that was in the paper today and they're going to be tomorrow and all over the news, and the fire we had down here. Why take that liability on if we can leave it in the hands of the private sector, assuming the price is the same and the convenience is the same? We will never have as nice a dock in Blaine Harbor as you have in Semiahmoo. I went up and walked that dock. It's unbelievable. And to be able to fuel from an environmental standpoint of taking a fuel hose and going up to the boat rather than off a pier, to me, we have some big liability there, and I'm not sure I want to take that on. The other thing in paying for the subsidy, and I do think there will be a subsidy, I don't agree that we would do 80,000 gallons if we opened it in the first year. I don't think we would. I think it would be down around 50 and build from there if it did build. But that loss that we're going to take is going to be paid for by the pleasure boater. He's the guy that pays twice what the commercial does. We give a discount to the commercial fleet, and I know I voted for it. And so the person that's going to pay that subsidy isn't going to be as much the commercial guy, it's going to be the pleasure craft. So I think we need to take that into consideration. This doesn't create jobs. If it created jobs, it would be totally different. Mr. Burrell has been here now 2 meetings and said he needs some work done up there. If we could put $100,000 into his facility, charge him a little more rent, and he creates 10 more jobs as he said he would do, then I would rather spend $100,000 in that bulkhead than $100,000 on a gas dock when you can get the fuel at the same price in the same spot. No recreational boater has told me he wants additional fuel in Blaine. Not one. In fact, it's the opposite. They don't want to have that cost. I've had fishermen tell me that they don't want, even though they're paying half as much, would pay half as much as for the subsidy. I've had some fishermen tell me they don't want it. I've had more tell me they do, but I've had some say, I don't want that expense. And never is it an offset if we're going to do the sawtooth or we're going to do a fuel dock. We can do both. That issue never came up. And then the other part of it, coming from the private sector, I really would just soon let a private sector do it than the port, and you take all that liability. That's just fine with me. And then on top of that, the last point I'd try to make, remember, I'm trying to say yes to this from the standpoint if a private sector guy wants to do it or you were to leave and we didn't have fuel, go for it and subsidize it. But the others, we've lost about $1 million a year at our airport. We've turned around now and we're losing one of our biggest real estate tenants at $850,000. And our marine terminal could easily lose $300,000 if that Horizon boat that says they're leaving tomorrow, if tomorrow ever does come. And then we've lost some of our environmental cleanup money. I've read where we got a little of it back, but with all that in mind, and I know it's only $100,000, and I know it's only $20,000 or $40,000 a year subsidy, but why do it if we don't need to? And so that's my 2 bits worth. And the $10,000 that you need to know if we should spend now to test those tanks, I don't think my vote is going to change. It may. Bobby may convince me that I'm wrong, and my vote may change, but I don't think I want to spend the $10,000 to turn around and still vote no. That's my 2 bits worth. And Bobby, I do respect, if I were in your shoes and I could help get some fuel at a cheaper rate, boy, I'd do the same thing. No question about it. So I respect where you're coming from.
Can I do a little rebuttal?
Joe, jump right in. Absolutely. You know, I should point out, though, that I said it a little while ago, this seems like we're talking a lot about this particular issue, but in at least this commissioner's mind, a lot of decisions, and you brought this up earlier in our meeting, a lot of decisions about what to do on the Porch property in Blaine had been delayed. I've been here 6 years. We've never had a conversation like this about Blaine. We've talked about a master plan. What's it eventually going to look like? We've got a couple of acres generically laid out here, a couple of acres generically laid out there. But actually investing in these particular things just like this, like deciding this is what we're going to do and move forward, we haven't done that. We've made some decisions about fixing things. But this is an actual, to me, this is an investment. This is a reinvestment, and so I'm actually a little excited about having this conversation because it's something that's been delayed for a very long time. But the decisions we make about even small things like this are going to have much wider ramifications as we move forward. So rebut away.
I appreciate your comments, Dan. They're very good. It's not that they're going over my head and I've got my mind made up. The $10,000 does bother me. I know that you can do a bottom of a seine boat, which is much bigger than those tanks, for around $3,500. You can have it audio gauge. So the $10,000 figure really bothers me of how they come up with that to audio gauge a couple of tanks that aren't half as big as the bottom of a seine boat, a 58-footer. So I'm a little concerned with the cost we have, or that, Adam, the cost that they're giving you. I understand it's not, I mean, it's just what they told you, but do we talk to just one company, or have we talked to more? Or?
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a few companies that do this work. One's in Missouri, one's in California, and one's in Portland, Oregon. There might be a company that does it closer locally, but we haven't found them yet. The one in Portland is the one that gave me the quote. It's actually a range of 9,300 to 9,800. And that's to survey 2 8,500-gallon tanks.
Thank you, Adam. So you're in agreement we do need a fuel block in Blaine, but you'd prefer it was privatized? I mean, what I'm hearing you say, Dan, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you believe, yeah, a fuel dock would be good there, but you're concerned about the port operator, would prefer it was privatized.
If it's equal all the way and it's either a private guy or a port, I'd rather have the private guy.
Right.
If there isn't a private guy, then put the port in and do it. But we have private, so why have
Don't have a private in the port, we have a private across the way at the other marina.
Well, but as Mike pointed out, it's 400 yards away.
Yes, but it's in another marina. It's not a service provided in our marina. And I understand it's just across the way, I do. The liability thing, as we discussed, we're already insured to cover that type of thing. Am I correct, Rob?
That's correct.
That's thought that it doesn't create jobs. I have a little bit of trouble with that. If you have a fuel dock there, you bring more vessels in, you put more people to work at the docks there, that does create jobs. If we can bring further industry into the waterfront of Blaine, and part of that comes that their ability, the boats that are going to come there can fuel there and go along their way. You know, when you come in with a boat, you're tired, you unload that, you don't want to run around and get fuel. You slide over 100 feet or 50 feet to the fuel dock and you fuel up. In my mind, I never considered we were putting hose reels on the end of that dock and we were pulling the hose down. In my mind, we were putting a float alongside that north pier with regular pumps on it that you pull in, and just like they have on the other side. You hand the pump up. I understand that the ramp is an issue that would have to be dealt with because of certain things. So you may possibly would have to climb up a ladder, but the actual boat person himself could hand a guy the credit card and they could do it in a little office, right, a little box office on the end of the float. There's no need for him to climb up the ladder. He could press a button, a buzzer, to have someone come and fuel him without leaving the vessel. That was what was in my mind, because I know that was an issue with some of the yachts, and most of the yachts from Blaine do go to Semiahmoo because of that. I mean, I've been there for years. I see that. Nobody likes to deal with that.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, but won't that increase the capital costs, putting dispensers on the floats?
Doug, could you answer that for me?
That microphone has never moved around so much.
I was hoping not to talk anymore. But in our estimate that we provided to Adam was dispensers on the dock, because that's such a high dock. Dropping hoses over on a small boats, in my opinion, being on the water is probably not the type of customer that you're servicing. You're servicing smaller boats that don't take fuel out of trucks, and you need to have a hose that's kind of at deck level or something like that.
So when you say dock, you mean down a dispenser
on the floating
on a
dock?
float?
Yes,
on a float. Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe there's a big discrepancy then between our estimate and Mr. Carlberg's, because our estimate doesn't have dispensers on the float. Our estimate has hose reels on the top of the pier that you then drag the hose down to the float. So just pointing that out.
The cost difference isn't huge. I broke it out on my estimate to Adam, and he can take a look at it and see where we're at on that, because I think we're still discussing numbers, estimates.
Andy, a question for you. Do we have a float in Blaine with electrical service area down the middle of it that could be used for service area for piping for dispensing units of that type? And the floats we have floating around up there?
Right. So the floats that we'd actually planned on repurposing for the fuel dock, I think one of them might have a chase down the middle of it. It wasn't the configuration. We were simply looking for permitting purposes and for making the assumption of this whole thing. We were looking at just replacing the infrastructure that was there when Blaine Marina Inc. left.
Okay.
And so we have a shading issue with adding extra dock.
But the only difference between putting a float at the end of the dock or alongside the dock is a couple of piling loops and that chase way for the plumbing to go down, correct?
Correct.
So the cost-wise, to answer that question, Rob, I don't believe there's any kind of significant cost change there.
How long is that dock that you'd be fueling off of? Not the pier, but the dock you're talking about.
The floating dock portion is approximately 30 feet by 10.
And how long is the one at Semiahmoo?
I think it's 500 feet.
It's a floating breakwater. It wasn't really built as a fuel dock, it's a floating breakwater. So,
thank you.
I think that's kind of lost where I was at there with the rebuttal thing, but anyways, I still want to remind everybody that, this doesn't affect my business. Everybody seems to think because I'm a fisherman and I live in Blaine that I'm really concerned about the fuel dock there for my own personal gain, and I'm not. I'm concerned for future service for the Blaine Marina and a supplement to the economic goods for the actual city of Blaine itself is where I'm at with this, and services for FAA. It's got nothing to do with me personally.
Can you pull up a Google or just a map of that area so we can kind of have a visual? Should have asked for this earlier. My apologies.
Why don't you really test its technology? Put half of it in Semiahmoo and half in Bellingham.
There you go. I can do that.
Really? That'd impress me.
So,
do you need it, Commissioner?
From the port standpoint, as a standalone entity interested in recovering costs, I hear recovering costs, providing services as well, obviously. I think what Commissioner Briscoe is saying is spot on. From a sort of a more 30,000 foot level, could you zoom out, if you would, please? I'm seeing Blaine. I'm not seeing Semiahmoo Harbor Marina. I'm not seeing Blaine Harbor. I'm seeing Blaine, and representing the port, representing the entire needs of where we can, the needs of the county, I'm seeing just Blaine here. So for me, I'm getting down to location, right? Is the location a problem? And if the location's not a problem, then how is it that Blaine can, the economy of Blaine, the economic activity in Blaine can be enhanced by what the Port of Bellingham is going to do? So one question I would like answered, obviously after we figure out the tanks are suitable, is the location a problem? Is fuel, as a fuel station on the other side of that, entry into that harbor, into Drayton Harbor, is that necessarily a problem on the left or the right or whatever you want to call it? And if location is not a problem, then that question is answered, right? But the investment the port makes on the port's property needs to enhance the economy of Blaine, not just simply provide the service. If we're just simply providing the service, then we have to be ready to accept the fact that we're going to do it at a cost. And it's not going to be something we can recover that investment or recover from the investment. Okay. So if the location's not a problem for the boater that needs to get fuel, then I say I'm fine with Semiahmoo providing the fuel. If an amenable situation can be worked out where the fuel price is very competitive and the commercial fishermen feel like they can get fuel at a very good rate, then we've done this service. The port has done its due diligence. We've done our job. We provided the service. It's available. It's just not the port pouring the fuel. It's somebody else. Okay, problem solved. But then that gets back to the economy of Blaine. What is it that we're going to invest in on the port property that enhances the economy of Blaine? So that's the only question in my mind that I personally still need answered is, are we going to make the investment to provide fuel that enhances the Blaine economy or not?
Well, a couple of things that come to mind for me is, when you pull into a harbor, you fuel up, you tie up for a while, you go uptown, you'll eat, you go uptown, you'll get groceries to supply yourself up.
Which is my point about location.
You'll stay overnight before you leave. Okay. Granted, you have a small store at Semiahmoo, but you don't have a full-service grocery store. You do. I'm assuming you can stay overnight over there still, so that's there. But it's probably just the three things I said. You can go uptown and get groceries. You can go uptown and eat lunch. You can go uptown and stay overnight.
You've done this 1,000 times probably in your life, right? You stop for gas, right? So you're pulling in the harbor for whatever reason. You stop, you fill up. I don't know when you do that, or when you leave, when you show up. I don't know. And then you go over there and you park, right? So let's say you bring your boat in. You're going to stop for fuel at Semiahmoo. You're going to drive across the entrance. You're going to go into Blaine Harbor, and you're going to park your boat. Then you have all those other services that can never be provided on the Semiahmoo side that are available on the Blaine proper side. And maybe that's what we'd be looking at providing. So,
well, yeah, I mean, you've got your Napa store uptown in Blaine to get more than you can get at the store over there, I'm assuming. I mean, you have a full city, the benefit of a full city in the stores, whether it's clothing, whether it's groceries, whether it's service parts, filters, belts, whatever you need is there. And when I go to a harbor, I want to go to one, and you'll see if you look in our book we have, our port book, and you look at all the harbors in the back, they're called full-service ports. A full-service port is just like a full-service gas station. When you pull in, you can get everything you need there. Okay? That's what I envision as a full-service marina. And as far as helping the economy, those boats go there, they go uptown. It's a trickle-down effect of money from having a full-service port, in my mind. Whether that's justifiable in other folks' minds, I don't know. But when I go to a harbor, I want to be able to get my welding done. I want to be able to get my fuel. I want to get fresh water. I want to get my groceries. I want to get everything I need in one spot. I don't want to run back and forth to do things. Some of the other things is if you're meeting folks, they're coming up I-5. They're going to maybe spend the night in Blaine and wait for the boat that's coming in to get on board and go wherever with them or so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I envision trying to get Blaine back to help the economy uptown and put the dollars there. And it's one of the services that brings those folks to the harbor.
So next up, we're waiting for our tank test.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure I'm okay going forward with a $10,000 tank test. You mentioned a little concern earlier about that, Commissioner, so.
I think all three of us are concerned about spending $10,000 to test a tank we may not want.
And I think we all rightfully so, but this is why I wonder, when I spoke with Mr. Karlberg as to the option of interim use tanks, so to speak, or temporary tanks is, if it only costs $5,000 to put temporary tanks in, what are we going to do, spending $10,000 on finding out the steel ones are okay? It'll service the dock just the same. So I guess what I would want to do, and I know it changes the timelines for things, one of two things in my mind is we'll see if we can't figure out a better cost on getting them audio gauged, but there's probably only so many companies that can do it to be accepted by the permit folks, or we wait and find out what temporary tanks would cost.
I'm not familiar with temporary tanks. How long does a temporary tank have to be temporary?
Years.
Are those bladders? Is that what we're talking about? No. They're not.
Doug, I'm sure Doug can answer. Microphone for Doug?
We would need a place to put them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd need some.
I would think we would just take the ones down there.
Well, one, you own a place to put them already.
Fair enough.
Okay, tanks go into a tank pit. You own a pit. The pit that's up there has a lot of room in it. It's quite a bit bigger than the required size for the tanks that are there. But you'll see temporary tanks in all kinds of construction projects. Quite often they're double walled, so they come with their own containment. And I've seen temporary tanks stay years. And there's fueling at Gooseberry that we put a lot of it in. They had a temporary tank there for well over a year. But I'm not sure it's a permanent fix. Not to shoot a hole in you, Bob.
No, I'm not looking for a permanent fix. Whoops, I got too close. Sorry, Diane, I got too close there. My habit of leaning forward to the microphone. I'll stay back here, I promise.
If it'd be okay with the commissioner, I had two quick comments that and this is a great discussion. And the reason why is in 1964, I was 8 years old and I went to Blaine and I watched my dad go off and go fishing to Alaska. And I was up there. I hadn't spent much time in Blaine, but standing on the end of the dock that we're talking about, and I'm looking out and I'm looking at 2 million customers to the north, a beautiful resort, world-class resort on the old APA property. And then I'm standing in the middle of a garbage dump that belongs to the Port of Bellingham. So it's not that that's your responsibility. Hopefully I don't give you that, but you got to pay attention to Blaine. And so I'm happy to see the conversation taking place. But when they just put Google Earth up there, something occurred to me because I'm looking at the number of boats in Blaine Harbor versus the number of boats in Semiahmoo and looking at fuel consumption figures. And it doesn't look like it matches up. In other words, how much fuel is Blaine going to possibly sell? And it looks like there's almost double the number of boats in Blaine that there is in Semiahmoo. So
I think part of the reason for that is a lot of them, including a big boat, big yachts that have diesel, take it over the dock, just like they do here. So that would account for part of it, looking that way.
No, I wasn't trying to draw a conclusion. I was just looking at it and going, wow,
Sure.
I didn't know that till right now.
So back to the tank situation. I have heartburn with the $10,000 too, gentlemen. I guess what I would propose from my end of things is we wait and see what temporary tanks would cost versus the $10,000 audio gauge.
Yeah, but I think temporary tanks
Put
puts you
that
in a-
off.
I think that puts you in a permitting problem at some point in the future anyway.
How about this? We'll throw some resources at this, and we'll try and come back to you with what temporary tanks mean, permit-wise and cost-wise, and we can make a decision later. But that means we won't have a decision on the tank integrity until we have another conversation in 2 weeks.
Well, I'm willing to spend the $10,000. I hate it when things end up costing too much. I think.
Somebody got a thermometer? I got to check this down.
Well, I think I voted no. I gave Norm Gilbert, who's now gone, I gave him his first no vote because the price was wrong on some work at the Squalicum Harbor. But we have to answer this question, or we can stop talking about it. And if it costs us $10,000 to answer the question, let's answer the question, and then we can decide. But if we don't know these tanks are any good, then we're just kicking the can down the road. So if that's what it costs, that's what it costs. And I think we should spend that $10,000 if we're going to continue this conversation. If we're going to have a partnership with Semiahmoo, don't spend the $10,000, remove the tanks, and let's move forward in that route.
Okay, so I'm unclear if I'm spending the $10,000 or not now.
I'm
waiting to hear from these two guys.
I wouldn't spend the $10,000 because for the reasons that I've already gone over, and I think my vote after finding out that tanks had integrity, and we're going to spend 113 or 140 or 180, depending on what docks we have, I think my vote would still be no. So I have to say, I would say I wouldn't want to spend that money at this time. I mean, now I don't have a lot of heartburn with it. It's 10 grand, but still 10 grand is 10 grand. So mine would be no.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner McCauley. I appreciate that. I have a problem with the $10,000 because I think that they're sticking us pretty hard for what they're going to do. And I understand that happens because it's something you have to move forward. I also want to keep Blaine moving forward. I feel it's my responsibility, it's my district, and I want to see it put back together, and I want to see, it'll never be what it was when I was younger, but it can be one heck of a lot more than it is now, and it can benefit Blaine's economy greatly if we can put things back together there. And this is one of the first steps, along with fixing the bulkhead that Mr. Burrell is concerned about. There's several things there that need to be attended to right now. I believe this service is one of those things. So with that being said, I would move forward. I believe the tanks are going to be fine. That's another reason I would move forward with the $10,000 cost, because I do believe that the tanks, after speaking with Mr. Dodd, and he had them inspected 3 years ago, I believe it was, he said the folks that inspected them in said they were in great shape for the age of the tank. So I think we're going to be okay with those tanks. I really do. I believe that. So I would like to move forward. I'd like to keep everything moving forward in Blaine.
Does that mean test the tanks?
Test the tanks.
All right. If the tanks are currently empty?
That's correct. They were emptied when the Dodds moved out.
Okay, and a tank that's full of fuel is less likely to deteriorate from the inside than one that is empty. I'm assuming we can't just let them sit there for several years and then decide to use them, because they will deteriorate over that time.
The Commissioner's correct.
Maybe some small amount, but still, they're not just going to be in pristine condition. Okay.
Commissioner's correct. It should be noted that these tanks rest on the ground. They're not propped up. They're not on stilts. They're not in any form of carriage. That's a big hesitation for the tester. And that's why they're having to do what's called an inside-out test, where it's 3 people for 2 days, $500,000 of equipment, and they're inside those tanks and testing a wall thickness on the bottom. There are options. There's tons of options in that industry. So, anyways.
So, Adam, I guess I was thinking a little different. If the tester is going to tell you if you don't have to have concrete under the tanks, is that correct? I thought it would be the Department of Ecology or someone would say, hey, if you're going to fire those tanks back up, you've got to change the way you do it.
That's a very good question, Commissioner. And there's a very good question that would still come, and that is, that's why I say it's in that permitting, that kind of nebulous permitting, and that is, does our secondary confinement facility meet today's code? And the fact is, we have a 3-foot high concrete wall. As a matter of fact, I can kind of outline that for you, for those maybe not familiar. But the very good question is...
So is the tank tester going to tell you that those walls are fine, or is it the Department of Ecology?
Yep.
No.
Why don't we ask the Department of Ecology first before we spend the $10,000?
We can. We sure can, Commissioner. The problem with our confinement, it was built a long time ago, first of all. It doesn't meet today's code. There's no lining on it, and that's why it's part of an agreed order MOTCA site, is the leakage that has occurred on that site is in the ground. We have petroleum-impacted soils in this vicinity. So
Wait. So the containment system that's set up here, if there was a leak in the future, and let's say 5,000 gallons somehow managed to get out of one of these tanks, it would be contained, but it's still going to seep through this containment system because it's got cracks or some sort of other openings.
It's sitting on earth. So there's no liner.
There's no concrete underneath anything.
The
So the
Commissioner's
containment
correct.
wall is just a wall, but it doesn't create any kind of a bathtub or anything. So that's just plain old dirt.
I'm going to say it does create a bathtub for a certain amount of time.
Okay.
But that product is then soaking into the earth. And that's what's happened over history,
Did
frankly.
not know that. I thought that was an engineered solution for containment. But it's
I
not.
think it was in the day it was installed, and I don't think it is anymore.
Well, you know, I was about to say, Bobby, let's answer this question, but I'm not confident that we're going to spend $10,000 to get a nice answer on the tank, but then we're going to have a problem with this containment system. That's going to be some other amount of money. Let's answer that. I think I'm with you on this one. Let's answer the question about the containment system first, because that wasn't considered in this $113,000 to $150,000 cost. Is that correct?
The Commissioner's correct. When we showed the inflated cost of potentially $250,000, what we were talking about there is that the tanks don't pass. We have to replace 2 tanks. It would be that the line doesn't pass. I don't have any reason to think that it wouldn't pass or would pass. And that third, we would be somehow creating for what I estimate to be $30,000, some sort of lining system to that containment system. It's a guess on my part.
But you still can't get that liner under the tank without lifting the tank.
You wouldn't get it under the tanks, right? You would probably do a lining inside the tank, and then you would do a lining outside the tank. I recognize the fault in that type of system, and I don't even know if that would pass, but I had very little time to put together a decent number.
I would feel way more comfortable spending any amount of money if we knew that answer first. I think that in my world, a lot of people get these great plans and they go to the planning department and say, hey, that's really nice, but it doesn't fit the zoning. And it seems like we could go ahead and have this great plan, but if that whole system to contain a spill isn't acceptable no matter what, then we've just wasted any amount of money, whether it's 10,000 or 50. Can we, I like what Commissioner Robbins said. I would like to get an answer to that before we spend any more money.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we need to find out the integrity of the liner that the tanks sit in before we move forward on anything else, and we can do that and come back to you hopefully in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Or just not even integrity, just what's the solution there that's going to satisfy the agencies involved with this?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Good.
Doug, have you guys done temporary liners in any kind of pit like that or anything, or do you have any idea what do you guys do when you're putting tanks? I know that most of them are below ground now, but.
Well, I mean, we just put together 2 liners this morning to go underneath the temporary tanks in Point Roberts. I think, and I'm not an expert at this, and your Attorney Frank, I consider an expert in this area. But they have grandfathered types of licensing, and this facility's probably going to fall into some of them and outside of some of them, and I'm not an expert on it. But usually the big liability is if you lose the oil into the ground, you're going to have to clean it up, and it's going to be very expensive. But if you're already on contaminated ground, which many gas stations in Whatcom County are, the cost and the liability had already been incurred. And I don't know where this property sits on that timeline, but it's my understanding that the spill you worry about, the one that keeps you up at night, the one that costs you a lot of money, it happened a long time ago on this piece of property. So I don't know how that all fits into things.
We're all looking over here, Frank.
Last one.
Well, I'm not an expert in liners, but I do know, what we do know is you're talking about two separate issues. One is what I would call permittability. Will ecology give you a permit to fill those tanks? That's their rules. They're capable of being looked at. But of all the state agencies we deal with, ecology retains the most discretion of any state agency to decide what their rules mean. They do it all the time, in the environmental field. So one issue is permittability. The other issue that you're discussing is liability. And you're right, the port owns that property and is therefore a liable party for any fuel that goes into the ground. The third issue you're asking, I think, is when do you have to address the liability? In other words, it's true, a lot of gas stations in Whatcom County have historic pollution. The way our system is structured, unless there's a danger to the human health and environment, we don't have to address the timing of the liability until there's some other driver in terms of market or development or something. So I'm going to revise and say there's three questions at play here. One is permittability, that's a ecology issue. Two is liability. We already have liability for that property. I would suggest to you if you dump a whole bunch more fuel in there, your liability profile probably goes up a fair amount. And the last question, and that liability can be addressed through insurance. That's typically how we address liability. You mentioned these lawsuits. Those are all insured losses, so we address those through insurance. The third issue then is timing. And unless a spill creates an imminent danger to the human health and environment, then timing is driven by factors other than ecology. It's driven by redevelopment or property transfers or leases or something like that. So I hope that provides a little bit of understanding. I don't know off the top of my head what ecology's regulations are for an unlined containment, essentially an unlined containment system. So I don't know if Adam knows what ecology says about unlined containment system. I'm sure it's capable of being figured out with ecology, keeping in mind that ecology reserves a lot of discretion on a case-by-case basis to interpret their own regulations.
So thanks, Frank. I'd say probably can't do much more than just talk about this tonight. So I think let's move forward with answering the question on the containment system, if that's a problem, and then answer that, and then we'll see about the tank testing. Seem reasonable? All right. And thank you, everybody, for your patience, because I do believe that this is, I honestly do believe that this is, it seems like we're spending a lot of time on a rather small issue, but a lot of these, I think, initial moves forward are going to be laying the groundwork for a lot of what's happening in Blaine in the future. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do believe you had a question. Yes, sir?
Get you the mic here. Just for our part, to close out our part this evening, just let us know if you want to talk or how we want to formalize the relationship. Happy to do that. Doug will actually be our spokesperson for that. And happy to move forward with you in parallel, so you have both options on the table when you get to that point.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And that's it. We're done with that one. All right. We have a quick update. Super quick.
Sylvia, he said quick.
Or normal person?
That would be...
Well, Sylvia's handing out her stuff. I'd like to speak to staff. The other day, we had a situation over in the waterway on the project where some pilings needed to be moved. They were in the wrong spot for the tenant to operate their business effectively. And it wasn't the port's fault. It wasn't All-American Construction's fault. It wasn't the tenant's fault. It's just the way things ended up. And we had about, I think, 48 hours of time left for in-water work, Rob? And at any rate, Adam and John on staff and Rob, I commend you guys for getting the job done quickly and responding to what I asked for from when the tenant asked me something. I really greatly appreciate that. It was a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that recognition.
Oh, Sylvia Goodwin, and I will go through these quickly. We've talked about Marine Drive several times. We do have Dave Wilbrook from the city of Blaine here also, and the city council will be looking at this same issue next Monday again. And they're hoping to have a little bit of input from you on this. So I'll go through these quickly. So we have a failing bulkhead in Blaine. We've talked about that. That Blaine failing bulkhead is within the city right-of-way, and it does support the road. The road goes out to the port's facility, the pier at the end. Right now, it's closed to vehicles. It's fenced off. We had some pavement failure that's mostly caused by the material that's gone out through the bottom of that bulkhead. It's been in the process of failing for at least 20 years. Alternatives, we had a study. The port paid for this study. We came up with 4 different alternatives and a few sub-alternatives. Alternative 1 is a 2-lane road that is 12-foot wide. Alternative 2 is a slightly narrower 2-foot wide lane road. Those are both for vehicles. Alternative 3, single lane road with a bulkhead or a riprap is alternative 3A and B. And then alternative 4, bike and pedestrian promenade, no vehicles other than service vehicles or emergency vehicles. This is the full roadway, 2 lanes, tapered roadway, same, 1 lane with a bulkhead. That would be, again, you can see the 1-lane road with it has pedestrian and bicycle trail or pike access beside it. Same road, but with a riprap slope, a little less expensive. And the promenade is a 14-foot wide shared path with some rain gardens, and this is with the bulkhead or with the riprap. So we looked at those alternatives. We had some cost estimates. The full 2-lane road is $3.6 million. You get narrower, $3.4 million. The single lane with the bulkhead goes down to 3.1 or 2.7, and then down to 2.5 if you do the pedestrian only. We may even be able to get that one lower cost if we used pavement, asphalt instead of concrete. We did a survey. We've had a few public meetings in Blaine. We had a kiosk out here in the port. We had one at the Blaine Senior Center, the library, a few places around town. We got some input. This was the internet. 30% of the people preferred the 2-lane full road, and 70% of, this was only 10 people, preferred the bike and pedestrian. So we had 7 versus 3 on that one. We did a wider comment card. We got 96 people on this comment card. And again, we had the majority wanting a bike pedestrian access only. 30% total wanted the road with vehicles, 16% in the middle, 54 preferred bike and pedestrian access. Next steps, we've already met.
Ask a question for a minute?
Yeah.
Back in your alternatives there, when you ask these people, who did they think's paying for it when you ask them?
Most people think that the port and city are somehow going to jointly pay for this with some grants, and nobody has any clear idea exactly where the money is coming from.
So
neither does the city council, neither do we, because there is no money in either the city or the port's budget for this project.
But the majority of the people filling out the survey thought it would be shared between the city of Blaine and the Port of Bellingham.
I believe that's what they think. We have told people that neither the city or port have budget for this, and we're looking at what would it cost, and once we decide what it would cost, we're going to apply for some grants, and then we're going to negotiate with the city to decide who is paying for it, because neither, as I said, neither the port or city have $2.5 million. If we were to get $1 million grant, maybe 500 for recreation, 500 for transportation, and split the balance of the cost and go with a lower cost alternative, we're talking about $750,000 for each body, which is about 4 times as much as you've just debated for several hours about the fuel facility. So yeah, it competes with the other $22 million worth of projects that we have to do in Blaine. So nobody expects that the money is there, but we do at some point have to make some decision on what to do with the road, or it stays chain linked.
Quick question.
Yeah, jump in.
Quick question. Any idea of the age class on the respondents to this?
We had at least one meeting at the senior center, and one of the kiosks where we got a lot of comments was at the senior center, and we also got a lot of senior comments at the library. So a lot of these folks were seniors. We did kind of reach out to the seniors. I know the city staff went up and also met with the Parks and Cemetery Board. A lot of them are seniors. So there were people that were, a lot of the seniors do say that they like to be able to drive out there. A lot of other folks said that they could walk.
You know that.
And again, this is only 100 people. There are probably a lot of other people that have opinions that maybe didn't voice them.
I received,
Yeah.
the reason I'm asking, I received several phone calls over the last couple of days since the meeting
Right.
in Blaine the other night. Dave, was it a council? I received quite
the
a few
city
phone
council,
calls
yeah.
asking me what the heck we were doing, and I said,
Right.
and some, I suppose the port staff's on the same thing as those, all done and decided, and I'm like, I
No.
don't believe anything's done and decided yet. We're still in the talking stages about things. So, so folks that are watching, nothing's been decided by anyone so far.
No, it hasn't. And the letter I just sent you is from the Park and Cemetery Board, and they did recommend the alternative 2, which is the narrow 2-lane road.
Given the size of Blaine's budget, I'm a little surprised, the city of Blaine's operating budget, I'm a little surprised that the Park and Cemetery Board didn't see a $500,000 difference in alternatives to be a significant amount.
Right.
I think that is a very significant amount for the city of Blaine if they were to do this project on their own. I do appreciate that they weighed in on this, and it doesn't, their opinion doesn't seem to jive with this, not these 10 respondents, but the 96 respondents. It
Right.
seems to be in opposition to what those 96 respondents suggested.
Correct. The city staff, by the way, is recommending, they have not recommended anything yet, but they told the city council that at the next meeting, they will be recommending alternative 4, bike and pedestrian access only. 4B being the bulk, being a riprap slope, and that would be the least expensive alternative, and also consistent with what the majority of the public recommends.
That's 4B.
4B, which is the bike and riprap slope.
So the last, I think the last significant conversation we had about this when Commissioner Jorgensen was still here, I believe the commission did like having the vehicle access. I believe it was this particular option you have on the screen that we preferred.
Previously, the commission, before Commissioner Briscoe was elected and when Jorgensen was here, you said your preference would be alternative B, 3B, a 1-lane road with riprap, which is about $3.5 million. But again, we hadn't had the public process yet, and we said we would bring this back to you.
Can you back that up to the cost, split up?
Oh, yeah.
3B was.
It's not 3.5, it's 2.7. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll stick with, I think, where I was before. It is a little bit more than the alternative 4B. It's not significantly more. But I think it satisfies the overwhelming bulk of the folks up there. I do like the single lane because it's a little slower. We may need to have some turnouts. It's not exactly the shortest street from the pier back to where you can get around another vehicle, so maybe that needs to be factored in for some turnouts in there. But I think Commissioner Jorgensen's point that it's been a very long-standing part of the community that you could take your car out there, you can sit. I see the Park and Cemetery Board's point about storm watching out there. I think it would be more fun in a car than in just standing in the storm. So I still feel comfortable. I still feel comfortable with supporting alternative 3B.
Okay. And to comment on that, there is a few spaces where the pier gets wider. There probably could be room for a vehicle pull-out in the middle. It's not that far, it's straight. You can see if somebody's on the road already and wait for them, but if 2 people got stuck out there for one, between the bike and the vehicle lane, there's enough for 2 cars to squeeze by. It's wider than the Hana Highway.
Oh, there you go.
So seeing as I never weighed in on this, did I get to weigh in on that?
No, this was a quick presentation.
Yes, we would like some input so we can give it to the city council when they consider it. Quick input.
Yes.
Quick input, yeah, well, I don't do things real quick, so.
Well, I heard you quit eating sugar.
First and foremost, I agree that we need a single lane with a pedestrian, so the 3B being with the riprap would provide those two things. The thing that comes to mind to me, having grown up, well, I was born and raised in Bellingham, of course, but I spent a lot of time in Blaine in the winter months and also the summer months, so I saw pretty much everything that goes on here from the 60s till now. One problem we have with growth is a lot of people. And one problem you have with allowing vehicles to the end of that dock, especially in the summertime, springtime, summertime, when the weather's nice, is you have congestion out there, and that pier does not handle the congestion of many vehicles well. There's not enough room on that pier to have a lot of vehicles. What comes to mind to me for a solution for folks to get out there is disabled, handicap. I mean, in this country, we're real big about that, and I think we need to continue to be real big about that with this pier. The folks that are senior citizens and disabled people should be allowed to go out that, in my mind, out to that pier in their vehicles, to pack their crab pots out, whatever they're going to do, fish off the end of the dock. That comes to me very clearly. Folks like myself and Mike, and Dan, who are in pretty good shape. Oh, yeah, well, there you go. Who are in pretty good shape. We can pack our stuff out there. We can get out there with our stuff. We need a service road out there for emergency vehicles to get out if there's a problem on the pier. So you have to have a road to that dock to service it that way for whatever went on, and you need an emergency vehicle out there, plus service vehicles to service the pier. So you have to have a road to that pier. I don't see any way around not having a road to that pier. You can't just have a pedestrian and bicycle walkway and drive a heavy truck over if they need to do some work out there on that pier. So in my mind, we need a road and a pedestrian bike lane. So that's kind of where I stand on it. I would like to see access for seniors and disabled people by vehicle, possibly in the wintertime when it's low use. Other vehicles can be allowed out there, but in the peak use time of the years, I would say disabled folks and seniors. So that's kind of where I stand, coming as a new commissioner, so you know where I'm at on the road in Blaine. I think, I do have a question about the riprap, though. How does that play in when you get back towards like Starfish Company, where you're putting riprap and extending? Are we extending out past would that extend past the bulkhead now, or
We would have to do a bulkhead deep enough to allow the vessels to still get to the dock at
Okay.
Starfish. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the detailed design because we wanted to get input on which alternative yet.
Yep,
And how we're
I
going
had the
to pay
same
for it.
concerns. If we can do this because it costs less, then I'd prefer this. But
Right.
if it's constraining access to the shore side for the
Starfish
businesses up
Company.
there, then we have to kind of find an alternative. But, yeah.
So that was my spiel. That's where I stand. So.
You know, to address Commissioner Briscoe's points, I think where those bollards in the initial slide that you put up, where those bollards are, I think it's a programming question. You can still have a bollard system like this or a particular bit of signage like this. So in the wintertime, when there's no congestion, wide open everybody. When it's more congested or a holiday or something, you can put a couple bollards in the street, put a sign up that says, X type of access only. And that's just a programming issue.
One thing I would like to point out, though, with the instances we've had up there past of the speeding gentleman down the dock committing suicide and harming the pedestrian that was at the other end, I would suggest that we don't have a straight-through road to that pier.
Mm-hmm.
We have something you have to go, they got to go around, they got to slow down, go around. So I would like to see that possibly in play.
So that issue came up at City Council, too. I did have one creative idea. What if we had it open to vehicles in the winter when it's stormy and had it closed to vehicles in the summer?
Well, that doesn't quite get to the point about
It doesn't get to the ADA issue.
Yeah.
Let me give you
Easily
this.
solved, though.
Let me give you the senior's perspective on this. Number one, there's some days I can walk out there and feel just great about it, and other days I'd want to drive out there. So I think 3B is the answer.
Okay.
I think a sign up that says something, drop off and pick up. So it means you drive out there, drop your crab pot off, drive back, park your car, walk back out there, drop off and pick up, and people with disabilities. Now, that can mean on a rainy day when I'm not feeling up to it, I can drive out there without a placard. I feel I'm disabled at that time, drive out, park my car, and watch the storm. But on a nice day, park my car back and just walk out regularly. But and not that you have to have a placard to be disabled, but that, some days someone's disabled or feels like it.
I have a lot of those days, Dan.
Well, that's fine. Then you drive out there and park. There's really not that much room out there to turn around and park a lot of cars. So if someone's has a disability, I think it's okay if they leave their car there. Otherwise, 3B with a nice little sign.
Okay. I would promise to be crisp. Is that enough input? I think that's what the city of Blaine was hoping. Yep. Our next steps then will be we will work with the city council, see what they think, and then we're going to work on an interlocal agreement between the port and city on how we're going to pay for this, and then port and city staff are going to jointly apply for some grants, hopefully get at least half of this or a third of it paid for by some grants, and then we'll be back to you to figure out how we're going to do the local match on the grants.
Lottery tickets?
Yeah, I don't think it's legal. A question or a point to Rob. So I haven't been up there in a bit, but if it looks that overgrown and weedy, I wonder if we could send the crew up there, just keep that mowed down so a little more presentable. Even though the chain link fence is not the prettiest thing, it is what it is. But I think we could just keep it groomed up there, then it looks a little more presentable in the interim. Because I think it's going to take some time to get down to the construction of this project, right? Yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
So that is it for that. Any new business?
Just one quick item in new business. The Bellingham Airport beats out Seattle. It's too bad that Sunil is gone, our director of aviation. But it was kind of neat to read that Seattle, just after we took the leadership and let Uber come to our airport, Seattle had been haggling with it for a long time, and they just passed to let Uber and Lyft go to SeaTac, and it's neat that we took the lead over Seattle on it. I felt kind of nice about that.
Good work, staff.
Couple things. Sure. And some of it maybe a little old business. Mr. Burrell spent the time to come here this evening, and I think there's a question on his mind, and the question is, what are we going to do with that bulkhead that is failing on them? And I'd like to answer clearly to Mr. Burrell what we are going to do so that he has that in the back of his mind. And Adam, thank you for coming up. I appreciate that, taking and maybe explaining a little bit so we know where we're at.
You're very welcome. We are in permitting for to do a Band-Aid quick solution on that, and that is all we are doing at this point is getting the permits in line for a temporary solution.
And can you explain what that temporary solution might be?
Yeah, we're looking at plugging the bottom of the wall. You and I discussed it on my whiteboard in my office, but we're looking at plugging the bottom of that wall with basically a stack of sandbags. Just like what's happened there now is the earth has slid down underneath the bulkhead and kind of created a earthen mound, and I don't think it's leaking there anymore. I think it's kind of plugged itself there, but it finds other gaps, and so we're going to plug those gaps immediately, or at least get the permits for those gaps.
Okay. Paul, please comment.
Feel free to ask me, and I'd be more than welcome to come into the...
Got a mic there?
I'd be more than willing to come into your office and discuss some of it. I'm out there every day. I look at what's happening. I could give some insight if you...
I'd be happy to just meet you on site, probably be more effective. We can look right
over there, so I go up. I pass by here every day.
Super. I'll reach out to you. Thank you.
Sure. Does that answer a little bit of the question for you, Paul? I know. I understand.
Yeah, I know.
I understand why we need to get something done there. I went up with Paul and we went over what was there, and we spoke for a couple hours about things. And I know it's big on the back of the people that his partners also that have Sound Pacific, because they'd like to do some growth there. What we're going to do with that bulkhead, shortly, how we're going to deal with that. So that being said, if that answers some of your question at this point, you can speak with Adam and go from there. We'll get something done there to ensure that your business is functional.
Sure, I appreciate it. And I know it's not an easy, quick fix. I'm well aware of that. So,
Band-Aids, whole box. Second thing is we have some, I think changes need to be made in how we deal with our rental of our properties when they're beat up and busted up versus our properties that are in really good shape, how we deal with the tenants and how staff maybe deals with the tenants. So I was wondering if we, if it's, the word's escaping me at the moment, changes in how we address that and what our rules are so that staff has a defined, really clear thing on both sides. I think we're just we have a broad paintbrush right now, how we handle all of our properties with as far as our.
Well, typically there'll be a differential in the rate. So in most cases, if we rent someone that's not in tip-top condition, the rate reflects that, and we'll tell them very specifically in their lease that you're renting this as is, where is, and your rate reflects that. So any improvements are on you because you're getting a cheaper rate. If we were to go in and do the improvements, then we expect a more at-market rate. We can give you a list of the tenants and where they're at and where we think the market's at, if that's helpful. But yeah, if we see something and something's been appraised at a value that's less than market because it's in poor condition, then the rate reflects that to the tenant.
Hey, Rob, we have it's kind of a pre-budget conversation coming up. Is it a week?
It's a week.
All right, let's put that as a topic for discussion because it's pretty.
More
It's a
what
bigger.
I'm getting at is about we rent the property to a tenant, and the conditions that are already in place, the bulkheads are better, so stuff is already falling out, and it continues to fall out. And they've rented it here, but the reason it's falling apart is from previous time, and it continues to go apart. Who's expected to take care of it? Because the problem arose from before, and it's a problem that, when you want to put a business in, I mean, it's already deteriorated before he got it, and it keeps getting worse due to the previous deterioration. And I don't think we're very defined and clear on how to take care of that. And I personally, as a commissioner, I don't believe that, and I'm not comfortable with putting tenants in a position to have to out of pocket fix something that was broken before they got it.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, the Port of Bellingham maintains a few $100 million in property. So this is a really big policy question that I wouldn't mind having a.
Word I couldn't get.
Yes, I wouldn't mind having a conversation about this, but let's.
Not tonight, but I want to get it out there that I feel we need to address that policy.
Okay.
And commissioners, we actually have, Rob and I have on the agenda for next week, for next Tuesday, to discuss this very issue. It's not a real broad discussion, but particularly with regard to Blaine. So it's on our radar.
Super.
Okay,
Great.
thank you very much. Other than that, that's it.
That's it. There was an item on the agenda about removing trees at the airport, and I mentioned something on my Facebook page about people, please come to these meetings because we do run them in the evenings now. And somebody in that post, I mentioned something about removing trees, and somebody said we should have a policy of planting trees, replanting trees that we cut down. Well, certainly we can't do that at the airport, but I think it was an intriguing concept where we don't have any sort of outreach where we take I shouldn't say outreach. We don't have a policy. We take a tree down to the airport, which needs to come down. Absolutely true. Why don't we plant 5 trees somewhere else? So it might be kind of fun to partner with one of the organizations that's doing this work, like the CREP program, and we take down, 1 tree, and we pay for 5 trees that one of these NGOs is already going to be planting anyway. We just buy 5 trees, something like that.
If I could comment, we cut down 38 trees over on the FAA where we needed to get clearance so that we could see the runway lights. We planted 137.
That's great. Do we have an official policy about that? Where did we plant 137 trees at?
Our policy is to do the right thing.
The county has a wetland mitigation problem, or not a problem, they do have a problem. They have a permit, and if you want to cut trees in a wetland buffer, you are required to mitigate. And we will be required to replant those trees at the airport also.
Yeah, super.
I have one more thing. It's not this, but and Larry's not here this evening, Larry McCarter, but I'd like to say that to Larry, if he's listening or watching, that we have gotten your ideas for the port for some of our lands, and we greatly appreciate those, and we have not forgotten them. So they're in our minds, and we're looking at them. So that's you'll get a response, at least from me, and I assume everyone else at some point in time is to have a discussion with you about them or whatever. So
just know that I did receive the email and the ideas, and thank you very much.
All right, so nothing further, Dan?
No, nothing
Okay,
further.
Rob? No, Frank, Tamara? Senior staff? Citizens? Yes, SIPA. Yeah, where's that at?
I think, as I've told you before, Milan, that's not in our budget for this year. It's not in our operating plan. I plan to put some numbers together and try and get into the 2017 budget so that we can get permission from the commission if they want to see that in there or not. But yeah, we'd put that in the 2017 budget. It's not in our 16.
So
We'll have the temporary stuff for the.
We'll have some tents for the Sea Feast. Yes, we've got some tents the port owns that we're going to set up in that area for Sea Feast.
Yeah, the question was about the pavilion, whatever it's going to be called, the permanent pavilion down at Squalicum Harbor. Right, yeah, okay.
We have a budget retreat meeting on the 12th, and I'm positive that's going to be brought up and discussed for next year's budget. Right?
All right. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Did you take my hammer?
Are you looking for that?
Yeah, take my hammer.